Peoria Unified School Board. It is 6:06. We're moving on to our regular board meeting. 1.1 meeting called to order at 6:06 p.m. Moving on to 2, public hearing. Convene public hearing pursuant to ARS 15-905E3 and ARS 15-905Q for review revision number 2 of the expenditure budget, including maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, and classroom site fund budgets for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026. Deputy Superintendent, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes. Thank you, President Toby, members of the board, and the community here this evening, and those of you online. So part of our process for our budget is to present revision in May. So the way the school finance funding works is we get funded on current year funding. So our ADM fluctuates during the year. So this revised budget will bring back the final ADM that will be funded on for this year. So you'll see some adjustments in some different areas. This is the statute that governs this practice. So here is just a snapshot of revised budget and the factors. First one being base support level. That's the base of what we get funded per student for our maintenance and operation budget. The ADM is the student count. Average daily membership is how we're funded. That means students' average membership in our schools over the first 100 days. So you'll see at the beginning of, or at the end of last year, we had 32,846 ADM. We adopted at 31,854, and now our final revision of the ADM we're getting funded for is the 31,910. So the ADM did go up a little bit from when we originally adopted the budget. And remember, when we adopt budget, it is just a projection. It's a best guess, if you will. And Ms. Myers did a fabulous job because we were very close. So this is what our M&O budget looks like. And these are all the factors. So there's a lot of different factors in how we get M&O funding. So first one being that base support level that I just showed you. It's based on that per pupil and then the ADM. Then we get a little bit of funding for transportation. These are override funds that we get. Now we've been talking 33 million on the override, and we've all had many conversations in this room about the override funding. This override funding is for this current year, but next year we phase down. So this number will be down for next year, but for this year we can still maintain the full override funding formula. We also have carry forward from a previous year. So when we adopt the budget, we do that in like July. We haven't completely closed our books yet, so there still may be some invoices that are still outstanding that need to be paid. So there's a slight adjustment in the amount that we carried over from last year into this year. And then there's a few things here that we didn't include in the adopted budget because at the time when we adopt, these things aren't known yet. So the state aid supplement amount is something that the state calculates for us through the year, and they give us a number. The one-time free in that FRPL is free reduced lunch, and that is a supplement that we receive as well. And the energy savings is money that we transfer every year from M&O to an energy savings account because we have some energy management savings factors that we incorporated in this district several years ago. So this helps pay for the obligation that we made to put the energy savings products in our district. So having said all those factors, at the end of the day, the M&O budget projected, well, this is a revision, so it's really not a projection, but is about $6 million more than what we adopted at the beginning of the year. So here's your differences. So there's an M&O budget. We just looked at the details of that, $61 million higher than the adopted budget. District additional assistance, more commonly known as capital, increased a little bit on that. And that increase was due to a carryover projection So we projected we were going to carry a certain amount over. We carried over more. And a lot of that has to do with the timing of capital projects. Sometimes during the summer, those projects don't get finished. And so we carried that over into this year. And then classroom site fund projected 85, it's 85.7, so $400,000 more, and that's due to some adjustments in the ADM. It's really small for those of you in this room. This presentation is available online, along with the detailed budget that we'll be asking the governing board to approve later on in the agenda. But this note down at the bottom, I think, is worth just reflecting on, because although it looks like there's been this $6 million increase from the time we adopted to now we're revising, in reality, there was, from last year's budget to this year's budget, we have declined in enrollment and our capacity $3.6 million. And that's due to 935 loss of ADM. So that footnote, I believe, is important to just kind of put that in perspective for this conversation. So here's some year-to-date. So as we're looking at how we're revising the budget this evening, where are we at with our expenditures in these budgets, and what can we project that we're going to be carrying over into next year? Because that carryover number we have talked at great lengths about in our different budget stabilization conversations. So the M&O budget, when we had our stabilization conversations, that projection was $18 million in carryover that we were looking at for this year into next. So that's going to be very close. Now remember, again, these are fluid numbers until we close the books, till we've paid all the bills. An encumbrance is what we're projecting to spend through the end of the year. I have open purchase orders, or I have salaries that have been reserved and set aside, so that's kind of what encumbrance means. The YTD means year to date, and year to date is what we have actually spent through this date. And you can see what our projection for district additional assistance, 20 million, which again is capital, and then classroom site fund, we're projecting to carry over 48 million. So here's kind of the approval timeline, just to kind of understand how many times we bring budget back to the governing board in front of our community to show how we're doing during the year. So we proposed the budget June 25th. Those were on preliminary forms. Adopted the budget on July 9th. And that adopted budget is what the tax rate gets set at. So when we approve the adopted budget, we set tax rate for our property taxes of the adopted budget. The December budget revision was approved by the board December 10th. So that was kind of a mid-year check. Hey, where are we? How's it going? How's the ADM look? Kind of just a mid-year check and make sure we're on track and where we are with our budget and our expenditures. And then the May budget revision is this evening. And you will have an action item later on in the agenda for that. So I just open it up to any questions that we might have.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Rodriguez. Since this is a public hearing, there is no requirement to have a comment card filled out. If any member of the public would like to provide comment or input into this revision, simply step up to the podium and then you will have 3 minutes. If there's anybody, open call to comment on the budget revision. Okay, hearing none, seeing none. Board members, Mrs. Rooks, do you have any comments or questions reference to the budget revision?
None at this time. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Mrs. Ewing?
I don't. I just thank you so much for putting this together, and thank you for really breaking it down to a simplistic way for our community to understand. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Thank you. I'm sure I'll have questions later when you give a little more thorough presentation on the budget, but I don't have any right now. Thanks.
Clerk Profit?
None for me, thank you.
And I don't have anything for myself. Thank you again for this work, and look forward to this in the future agenda here. Okay. Moving on to number 3, adjournment of this public hearing. I need a motion to adjourn this public hearing.
I will motion to adjourn this public hearing.
I will second.
Okay, a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by Clerk Proudfit. And I believe we are going to use our electronic voting. Board members, if you can cast your votes, please. Mrs. Bowles, were you able to get in okay?
Yeah, I'm in, but it's just not updating. It's
Okay.
slower than slow.
Mrs. Cuthbert, could you run us through a voice vote, please?
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Toby,
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes 5 yeas. The public hearing is adjourned. Thank you. Moving on to number 4, opening exercise, moment of silence, pledge of allegiance, and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Clerk Proudfit, would you like to lead us, please?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you, Clerk Proudfit. Moving on to number 5, address the agenda. 5.1, consider approval or recommendations to the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I motion to approve agenda as presented.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit, second by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, if you can try to cast your votes again, please. Motion passes 5 yeas. Moving on to 6.1, recognitions. Mrs. Airy.
Well, good evening, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. As you can see, we have a very, very full boardroom this evening, and it's because we are here this evening to recognize the incredible retirees that we have. It's very, very bittersweet recognition for us. So many of them that have invested so much time, energy, many, many years, given so much of themselves to this career and to the Peoria Unified School District, all in support of our community and most importantly in support of our students. And so we do like to just take a quick moment to honor them, to recognize them. I know our governing board members were in an executive session earlier this evening, but while you were in there, we did have some light refreshments out in our lobby just as a very small token of our appreciation to let them know how much we do appreciate them. We also know many of them had celebrations that they they were able to enjoy maybe at their school site or their work site. They are here this evening representing various areas of our school district, a number of different schools, sites, locations, our food service workers, our bus drivers, our teachers, and everything and anything in between. So many that have served us so well and helped to support our students. So we do want to say both congratulations, but more importantly, just a really big thank you to all of our employees that have served this school district so well. I'll tell you, those that are here with us tonight and those that are moving on to the next chapter, whether that be retirement or maybe that's even a second or third career, represent more than 400 years of collective service to our school district. And so, again, we are just tremendously thankful to all of them. There's a number that thankfully signed in when they came in. I know many may be just even still a little smushed in our lobby, so sorry for our space restraints that we have this evening. But I hope when I read your name that you are able to either wave or stand up if you can to let us know that you're here. And then certainly at the end, just in case if you're thinking I missed the sign-in sheet, please let me know so we can be sure that you are recognized for your service. I'll go through and share, beginning with Dave Fisher, teacher from Peoria Flex Academy. Dorothy Galloway, an aide from Apache. Rudy Ira, a PE teacher, also from Apache. Clay Carpenter, administrator from Sunrise Mountain High School. Holly Lon, an instructional assistant from Frontier Elementary. Val Barrett, current counselor at Peoria Flex Academy. And I'll share, most of you may or may not know that Mr. Barrett has served in a number of roles in this district, including as an administrator at various sites. And so we are very, very grateful for your service. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Leslie McGahee, teacher from Park Ridge. Jackie Bonner, and I apologize, I don't have your position added to the sheet, but Jackie Bonner, we want to celebrate you if you're still here with us. Diane Huo, teacher from Marshall Ranch Elementary. Mark Cleese, teacher from Sun Valley Elementary. Amy Rosen, a teacher from Marshall Ranch Elementary. Polly Faudre, a psychologist from Saguaro Ranch. Sonia Lee, a reading specialist from Marshall Ranch. Carol Michael, teacher from Apache. George Bob, I also don't have your location listed, but congratulations to you. Oh, from Skyview. George from Skyview, congratulations. And Sean Carruthers, a teacher from Centennial High School. And I know we have at least one of our administrators who is here with us this evening, Mrs. Megan Bennett, the current principal at Vistancia Elementary School. Congratulations on your retirement as well. We are certainly wishing you all the best in your next chapter. And I know we have a number of other administrators who are also retiring this year, and they were unable to be here with us tonight, but do want to take a quick moment to recognize some of them who have served us for many, many years and will be so greatly missed. Director of Special Education, Landa Tartaglio. Director of Network Operations, Mike Tregabuff. Director of Human Resources, Josh Snow. Principal of Liberty High School, Sean Duguid. Principal of Canyon Elementary, Kristen Balthus. Principal of Foothills Elementary, Sherry Stillman. And Principal of Cheyenne Elementary, Aubrey Wells. Is there anyone I missed? We want to make sure we recognize you if you snuck past the sheet. Oh, did I not say Mr. Dunham? He's right here on my list. I skipped right over our principal from Ironwood High School. How could I miss him? Mr. Russ Dunham. We will miss you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, big congratulations to all of our retirees. We wish you well. We also want to let you know that you certainly can come back and substitute teach should you want to do that. I know Mrs. Vicentainer would be more than happy to talk to you about those opportunities. There's certainly also opportunities to serve. And all kidding aside, I do want to let our governing board and our community know and remind all of you that are retiring, I'm hoping you received a card from us right next to the sign-in sheet. It had a very special card in it, providing you with access to all of our athletic opportunities, all of our choir concerts, our theater performances. You're a lifetime member. We hope you'll continue to come out and see the great things happening in our schools. You've earned your seat in that auditorium or alongside us in the bleachers or on the field, and we'd love to see you there still cheering on our schools and our students. So I do have one more recognition, President Toby, but I'll turn it over to you and if there are any comments relative to our retirees.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Airy. Yeah, I do want to have the board offer their congratulations. Mrs. Rooks, would you like to go, please?
Yes, congratulations to all of our retirees. I was trying to keep up, writing down everybody's names. Miss Airy's a fast talker, so, but yes, thank you for all of your years of service to the district and to the students, families, staff. I think that there's a lot of principals that I think made a huge impact. Mr. Duguid being one of them, that's my kid's principal. Mr. Ross from Ironwood, I know he's big supporter at that school for everything he's done. Kristen Bathlis, she's been amazing. So thank you for all of them and everybody else. But I know it's going to be rough for me to speak on this next part of Mrs. Megan Bennett. She's already over there nodding her head. She served as my kid's principal for the last 4 years. And I have seen what she has done for that school, for those students, for those families, for her staff. I've witnessed it. And she has a lot of integrity. And she's very inspiring to everybody there. And I just want to say congratulations on your superintendent position because you're amazing and I know you're going to do wonderful things where you're going. So thank you. I'll turn it back to you, President Toby.
Mrs. Ewing, would you like to offer congratulations?
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your years that you've poured into Peoria Unified and your commitment that you've had to all of your students. We get the honor of coming out to all of the sites and see all the great things that you're doing, and I just really appreciate it, and I hope that you all have an opportunity to either pursue those hobbies or those jobs that you've been thinking about, or you have an opportunity to relax and enjoy with your family and friends because you've really earned it. And I hope to see you out at our events and out in the community. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
Yes, thank you, President Toby. Congratulations. I hope you're actually retiring and not taking another job or, like we all do. But yeah, some of you were in the district when I was in the district, and you're excellent leaders, and I haven't been able to see the ones that are retiring, as many as are retiring. I'm trying to think of what schools I went to. I did go to Vistancia, and for those of you who don't know, Miss Bennett knows every single kid's, not just their name to address them, but she also knows something about them. That's incredible to me. But I know that you guys are incredible leaders. You're raising it, you're helping us raise a next generation. So thank you for all you've done, and I hope you do actually get rest in your retirement.
Clerk Profit.
I just wanted, again, to echo the thoughts of my fellow board members and just say thank you. I don't know that there is anything that leaves a more indelible print on a community than the schools, the teachers, the staff. You have such an impact in people's lives, and I hope that you get to relax. I'm guessing for most of you, you won't, if I know you at all. I hope that when I am to retirement age that I will be able to look back, hopefully like you are right now, realizing the legacy that you've left on Peoria. You truly have impacted so many lives, and I think that your impact is never going to fully be able to be quantified, but it is definitely felt by each and every one of us in the district and in the homes of the families that you served. So thank you so much.
Yes, I just want to say the same. Congratulations to everybody that is retiring this year. Hopefully you guys have a happy and a healthy retirement. And not only thank you to the work that you guys put for our students in our district, but thank you to your families who let you be part of this district. It's always a sacrifice with the families as well. And so to the people who are behind you guys as our excellent employees moving on into retirement, thank you to you and your families for the time that you spent with us, and appreciate the imprint that you left on Peoria Unified. So thank you. Mrs. Airy.
Thank you, President Toby. My last recognition this evening is somewhat off script, so if you will allow me, this just may be the only moment that we have. I know you'll hear from him on the next agenda item, and you'll have that moment. But on behalf of our cabinet team and our leadership team, just wanted to offer sincerest thank you and gratitude to Dr. Summers, who many of you know will be moving on to a new chapter as well. And so wanted to just be able to share how grateful we are for his service, how much we appreciate him, and tell him from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for the time and the impact that you have made here in the Peoria Unified School District.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Airy. At this time, I know that retirees are wanting to do things better than attend school board meetings. If there is a moment you'd like to escape, we will not hold you hostage. So if you'd like to make your escape now while you can, please go ahead and do so, and we'll move on in here in just 1 second. Thank you for that moment. We'll be moving on to section 7.1, consideration of the appointment of Director of Research, Planning, and Assessment, presented by Mrs. Vicentainer, Chief Personnel Officer. Mrs. Vicentainer, welcome.
Thank you very much, President Toby, members of the Governing Board, members of the public, and our cabinet. It is very exciting to once again come before you to make open up opportunities and share new leadership appointments within the district. The first one is Mr. Richard O'Neill for the Director of Research and Planning. For those, everyone knows Rich, well, we call him Rich, because he has the best accent, and we love to hear him just talk about numbers. So he's going to be easy to remember. So every time we have a budget or something, we can always bring him up. So we are excited to recommend him for the next Director of Research and Planning. Mr. Richard O'Neill's experience with Peoria Unified School District began in 2016 as a math teacher. Through the years, he has demonstrated his exceptional ability to collect and analyze data to help school and district leaders make data-driven decisions. In the last 4 years as program analyst in the Research and Planning Department, he has utilized data to drive conversations around student success, community and parent engagement, school safety, and fiscal stewardship, the 4 tenets of the district strategic framework. During his tenure, he produced data dashboards allowing critical information to be readily available. But what's more impressive, while completing all of his data collection and analysis for the district, Mr. O'Neill continued to teach AP statistics each semester at Centennial High School. He improved the school's overall AP passage rate, and before joining Peoria Unified, Mr. O'Neill was a math teacher and data coordinator at Arizona Collegiate High School for 5 years, and a math teacher at St. John's Catholic School and sixth form in the United Kingdom for 4 years. Mr. O'Neill holds a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from the University of Leicester in the United Kingdom and a Master of Science in Mathematics from Grand Canyon University. So with that, we make our recommendation.
Thank you. There is no public comment for this. Board members, any comments or questions?
I just wanted to say how excited I was to see your name brought forward. We've been able to have lots of conversations, and I think I actually emailed you from one board meeting that said, yeah, you need to stand there awkwardly while we talk to you. Isn't that so fun? I know you just love this, right? But I think I emailed you immediately after your presentation and said that was the game changer for me. So your work has been noticed, and thank you for all of your hard work that you've done. I'm very excited to see us, as we've talked about many times in this district, is utilizing our leadership from within. So very, very excited to see your name brought forward tonight.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, board members. I just need a motion.
I will move to approve the appointment of Richard O'Neill as Director of Research, Planning, and Assessment effective July 1st, 2026.
And I'll second. So we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by myself. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations, Mr. O'Neill. Would you like to say
President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, colleagues, guests, I just want to say thank you. As you all know, as I've mentioned several times, my children are in the Peoria Unified School District, and I want nothing but the best for my children. And I promised my daughter that I would not point out that she is sitting right there. So I just want to say thank you, and that I really appreciate this opportunity, and I hope that I make you all proud. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. O'Neill. Moving on to 7.2, it's a dad's prerogative, okay? Moving on to 7.2, consideration of the appointment of Executive Director for Parent Student Support Services, Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Toby. Members of the board, we are excited. This is a new position that has been created to help support the leadership of the organization and to provide opportunities for parents and students to have that targeted support. So after a thorough selection process, we are pleased to recommend Dr. Rachel Turner for the position of Executive Director of Parent and Student Support Services. Dr. Turner joined the Peoria Unified School District 3 years ago with over 15 years of experience at both the elementary and high school principal level. She has demonstrated through her career that she's proactive and welcomes input. Since joining Peoria Unified as principal of Alta Loma, she has created a collaborative, communicative, and positive school environment. She has built a great relationship with the Alta Loma community by being proactive and welcoming parent input to drive continuous improvement. Prior to moving to Arizona, she was an elementary school principal in Michigan for 5 years, serving Flint Community Schools. Also in Michigan, she was the Director of Education Service Provider for Global Psychological Services, supporting multiple school districts and providing training and support to site administrators. While there, she opened a new school in partnership with the United States Navy. Dr. Turner holds an Associate of Arts from Mott Community College, a bachelor's degree in elementary education from University of Michigan with an endorsement in early childhood, and a Master of Art teaching from Marygrove College, a Master of Educational Administration from Oakland University. Take a breath. I'm feeling very underachieving today. And Doctor of Education from the University of Michigan. So with that, we make our recommendation.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Board members, comments, questions?
I just have a quick comment. Mr. Leducer, or Dr. Leducer, thank you so much for helping with bringing this position forward. And Ms. Turner, I'm so excited for you because I met you on your very first day that you started, and I was so excited for you. So I'm just really excited that we're bringing this opportunity forward, and you'll do amazing things in your new position. So thank you and congratulations.
President Toby, may I comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Mrs. Rose.
Yes, I've toured with you before, so I'm excited for this position. And I do want to thank, Dr. Ryan Leducer. He worked as a team player with our executive directors to try to figure out how do we best support parents and students when they are needing just that extra mile, right? And needing to, who do I go to? Who do I turn to? If they're frustrated, because as parents, we all get frustrated, let's face it. And so I'm really excited for this position, and I want to thank you and your team for bringing this forward. I can't wait to see what happens in the future with it. So thank you again, Dr. Leducer. And yes, I will, may I make a motion?
Any board members else would like to make any comments before the motion? Go ahead.
I motion to approve the appointment of Dr. Rachel Turner as Executive Director for Parent Student Support Services effective July 1st, 2026.
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Mrs. Rooks and a second by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, if you can cast your votes, please. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations, Dr. Turner. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Most special evening to all of you, to the governing board, President Toby, Clerk Ms. Proudfit, Ms. Bowles, Ms. Ewing, and Ms. Rux for your service. Superintendent Dr. Summers, for Dr. Hernandez's work, for Dr. Leducer, and all the cabinet leaders, and all educators and staff of the Peoria Unified, and the families and guests here tonight tuning in online. My name is Rachel Turner, and I just really want to thank you. In education, no one serves alone. It is a complete partnership. Behind every scholar's success stands an entire community of dedicated individuals that serve all departments, but we can't do that alone. We are in partnership with every family's vision for their own child's success, and every one of those is sometimes different. We're all educators united by one purpose. That's every scholar, every day. Just want to mention Allie Bridgewater, Kristen Henniger are just a few among those remarkable individuals who selflessly each day exemplify what it means to represent Peoria Unified with the integrity, compassion, and excellence. And for without them, there would be no me. And to the Alta Loma staff family and our incredible Alta Loma families as well. Thank you for embracing me. Throughout those last 3 years, it's been a privilege to serve alongside each one of them, to understand families, and to ensure the safety, the well-being, and the academic success of every scholar that walks through that door. It's both a very honor and a humbling and most wonderful responsibility to continue serving the Greater Peoria Unified School District as the Executive Director of Parent and Student Support Services. I look forward to working with each and every one of you collaboratively across all of the district and all of the community. To my beloved family, thank you for keeping me grounded, inspired, and focused on what matters most. I have 4 beautiful grown children serving in multiple different places across the country, and I couldn't do it without them. Together, we will continue serving our community with excellence, with compassion, and an unwavering commitment, always centered around student success. Thank you so much tonight for everyone, and I appreciate serving in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Turner. Moving on to 7.3, consider the administrative appointment of principal for Saguaro Ranch Elementary School. Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you, President Toby. Jeff, as well as members of the board, we have our 3rd recommendation this evening for the principal of Saguaro Ranch. Jennifer Reyes we've asked her to come on board as the next principal of Saguaro Ranch Elementary School. She is a proud Saguaro Ranch alumni, and she joins the Peoria Unified School District with over 22 years of educational experience, most recently serving as assistant principal in the Cave Creek School District. For the last 2 years as an assistant principal, Ms. Reyes has overseen student behavior, school safety, extracurricular activities, and supported special education services on her campus. Additionally, she has led district-wide training on crisis response and de-escalation. Prior to that experience, Ms. Reyes was a science and social studies instructional coach in the Littleton Elementary School District, where she led the implementation of new curriculum and delivered professional development to school and district leaders. Ms. Reyes' experience covers a wide range of experience in public schools with 3 other districts, including serving as a STEM summer camp advisor, adjunct English professor for Phoenix College, English teacher, paraprofessional, and dean of attendance. Ms. Reyes holds a Bachelor of Arts in Secondary Education, Master of Arts in Leadership and Technology Certificate in Computer Science from Ottawa University, and a Master of Arts in English from Arizona State University. So with that, we would like to make our recommendation for Ms. Reyes as the next principal of Saguaro Ranch.
Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Comments from the board? Mrs. Brooks?
I'll just say I met you the other night at the Cactus High School ROTC Awards. So I was looking forward to this vote. I'll just say that.
Mrs. Ewing?
I just think it's amazing that you were an alumni of Saguaro Ranch. I'm sure the walls look very different since you were there at school, but I'm so excited that you're coming home to be able to be the next leader there. So super excited for you.
Mrs. Bowles?
Congratulations. Hearing alumni makes me feel old, but it's all good. I'm surprised as we're visiting schools, some that have come back and are teaching, which is awesome. That's always a good thing. So congratulations.
Clerk Profit?
I love Saguaro Ranch. I feel like it is such a great representation of what a community school is because it is so embedded in that neighborhood. It's a really special campus and it has great community support. And so welcome home. Very excited to have you back at Saguaro Ranch, and please let me know how I can support you.
Yes, and also thank you for being willing to step into this role in leadership here at the school. Really excited to see where you take the school. So, and with that, if I may, I do want to move to approve the administrative appointment of Ms. Jennifer Reyes for the position of principal at Saguaro Ranch Elementary School effective July 1st, 2026.
And I'll second.
All right, I think that was Mrs. Bowles there. So a motion made by myself, second by Mrs. Bowles. Board members, if you cast your votes, please. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Congratulations, Ms. Reyes. please.
President Toby, Clerk Bradford, and members of the board, Dr. Summers, community, cabinet, just thank you so much. This is the honor of my career to be able to go full circle from pre-K at Saguaro Ranch to now principal. I'm honored to serve, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to 7.4, consider the approval of revision number 2 to the Maintenance and Operations District Additional Assistance and Classroom Site Funds budget for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026. I don't believe there's any public comment on this. Board members have anything additional on this item? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, just need a motion.
I move to approve the revisions to fiscal year 2025-2026 expenditure budget, including the maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, and classroom site funds budgets as presented.
I will second.
Had a motion by Clerk Proudfit and a second by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, if you could please cast your votes.
President Toby, Melissa's whispering over here and asking me if
I'm sorry. I just
people
didn't
want
know.
to take pictures.
Yeah, the ones.
Oops.
Miss Ari, is there anyone out there that wanted to do pictures?
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 5 yeas. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
If there's anybody else from the recognitions and appointments that would like to leave, you feel free to do so. Thank you so much. Moving on to 8.1, open call to the public. Speakers will have 3 minutes. And there wasn't a indication on the agenda item, but we will call on Paige Spencer. Paige Spencer is here. Paige Spencer. We'll come back. Next public comment, Jessica Batty.
All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Jessica Batty. I've been a teacher in the Peoria Unified School District here for 21 years at Sunrise Mountain High School. I have 7 children. Currently, 4 of them attend Sunrise. I actually graduated from Peoria where my dad was a teacher as well, so I've been in this district a long time. So I'm nervous, I'm gonna talk fast. Okay, in early December, mold was identified in the C building of Sunrise after hallway tile flooring was removed. One location had been reported previously 2 years before as a mold concern. During remediation, classes remained working in nearby areas until some were moved after parent concerns were raised. During the remediation process, I began experiencing physical symptoms at work and reported those symptoms, things of headaches, migraines, inflammation, cognitive difficulties, respiratory issues. After returning from winter break, I was told that my classroom had been cleared and the air quality tests were fine. However, I continued to experience symptoms while at work. Following additional evaluations of the building, mold was found in multiple additional classrooms as well as shared workspace, including the science workroom and storage areas. These areas were remediated, and since then, an additional location of mold may have been found in between restrooms. To my knowledge, parent communication regarding these issues has been limited to a single notification in mid-December, despite additional findings. Through my own research, using guidance from the Center for Disease Control and Environmental Protection Agency, I've learned that air quality testing alone is not considered sufficient to determine whether a building is safe following mold remediation. I am not aware of full building moisture mapping or HVAC system evaluations that have been conducted in these areas. I'm now 5 months into ongoing health symptoms that impact both my ability to work and my daily life as a parent. I've attempted to work in multiple buildings across the campus and have experienced similar symptoms in each location. At this point, I don't know whether my symptoms are due to mold exposure, remediation, or other environmental issues. That uncertainty is concerning to me. Students and staff continue to occupy these spaces daily. I'm asking for an independent environmental evaluation, comprehensive moisture and system-wide assessment, and clear, transparent communication to staff and families regarding conditions that may impact health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Dr. Summers, Dr. LaDouche, if you could please follow up.
Yes, thank you.
Next public comment comes from Polly Foudre. Oh, I try.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, board members. I am part of the retirement community tonight. I've been with the district for 30 years in multiple capacities. I started out at Peoria Elementary School when we had bilingual education. I taught 4th grade, and I then moved to Cheyenne, where I taught English as a second language, as well as regular 4th grade classes. Then I opened up Kellis and taught at Kellis for 2 years as an English teacher and supporting those students in English Essentials classes. I went on to become an ELL district coordinator for 13 years and traveled across the district. So in 2020, I graduated as a school psychologist because I saw a need for that and children that needed bilingual school psychologists. So this isn't really about me, but I felt compelled to come before the board and talk about the amazing people that I have worked with over the years. I don't think there's another profession where people are so incredibly dedicated and selfless and do whatever it takes for children. They work tirelessly. They put children first, including safety. And we take our mandated reporting very, very seriously. And unfortunately, I've had to do that reporting over and over and over. So it saddens me to see when our profession, it feels like it's being degraded, and these professionals are not given the value that they deserve. To see them under such a cloud by statements made by our own board members, it really saddens my heart. And I just want you to think about, this is public education, and our demographics are different in the different communities. And we have to look at all of the demographics and all of the needs when we're making our decisions. So I just want to end with reminding everybody that this field of education is a calling. It's not a profession. So please remember that and support not only the children, but the adults who are supporting those children.
Thanks, Ms. Foudre. I appreciate your public comment. Next public comment comes from Jean Costine.
Good evening, President Toby, board members, and members of cabinet. I wanted to speak today to ask PUSD to reconsider bringing Bloom 365, social workers, and a medically accurate age-appropriate curriculum to help kids navigate through abusive and predatory situations like the ones that have occurred at PHS, Liberty, and Centennial. 4 years ago before joining the board, in June of 22, Heather Rooks and the parents she organized showed up to oppose an MOU with Bloom 365, an organization that promotes safe and healthy relationships for all and aims to prevent abuse before it starts. When that item was discussed 4 years ago, those who opposed it, some of whom are here today, were angry about this opt-in program because it honored a child's preferred pronouns and discussed topics like toxic masculinity and stereotypes. At one of those meetings in June of 22, Ms. Rooks showed up to complain about this opt-in existing program and bash social workers. She's been sowing the seeds of distrust of mental health services, and now here we all are, 4 years and 3 scandals later. The rest of you now have an opportunity to right this ship after nearly 4 years of damage. I encourage you to bring social worker position back district-wide. Listen to the facts, not the people in this room who once claimed that there were litter boxes in their schools. UNICEF recommends social workers in every school. Consider bringing back the opt-in Bloom 365 program that was available to students from 2014 to 2022 before Heather meddled in areas she knows nothing about. Let all the parents of Peoria decide what's best for their children instead of a small, loud group. Did you know that Mayor Beck and the city of Peoria partner with Bloom 365? If we know that children in schools experience sexual misconduct and assault, why would any sitting board member want to eliminate programs or positions that keep children safe? Offer an opt-in comprehensive sex ed program, CSE. For whatever reason, adults get uncomfortable when it comes to kids being armed with knowledge and support with something as sacred as child safety. If we teach children that their body is their temple, why wouldn't we want them to be able to protect it? If your own political or religious ideologies restrict you from being informed about best practices and substantiated data when it comes to keeping children safe from predators, opt your children out. But for the sake of PUSD and the children you want to protect, please bring one or all of these very important safety measures back to PUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Laura T.
Hello to all. I once met a passionate woman whom I trusted, and together we wanted to help strengthen the PUSD community and find real solutions for students and families. For a time, we worked side by side because we believed in accountability, safety, and improving education. But somewhere along the way, something changed. Principals became selective, policies seemed to matter only when politically convenient. Investigations became political theater. In my opinion, chaos became strategy, and students slowly became an afterthought. I asked for honesty, real solutions, clear standards, zero tolerance, policies, and consistency. Instead, I witnessed division, spin, propaganda used to protect political ambitions on both sides. I watched teachers, social workers, administrators, and district employees publicly criticized for simply carrying out the strategic plan this board itself voted to adopt, the unbelievable and absurd interrogation of Mr. Nadal. This is not leadership, this is spectacle. For some time, I went back and forth, and gave the benefit of the doubt because I genuinely wanted to believe there was more to the story. But eventually, I realized what I was witnessing was not governance focused on students and solutions. It was outrage, division, and loyalty tests. At the moment I started asking questions, I was blocked and accused of betrayal, called disloyal simply for challenging leadership and asking for facts, accountability, and proper governance. When I supported Becky Proudfit instead of Jeff and Janelle, it became clear that independent thinking was no longer welcome and disagreement would be silenced. Now those people learned their lesson on blind loyalty, critical thinking, or what can happen when giving trust so freely. I was raised to treat people with respect, even when I disagree with them, and have not abandoned my values to join a political circus. One moment especially stayed with me when I asked why legislators, the senator, remained silent while more than 132 girls were asking for changes regarding bathroom policies. Ms. Bowles stated that she will not be silent because she was a great politician. That answer said everything, and that lost my vote. You lost my vote. School board positions should not become stepping stones for political careers. Public education should never become a stage for outrage, division, or personal ambition. Had recusal and proper procedures been followed from the beginning, this situation that we are facing right now likely could have been avoided entirely. At the end of the day, leadership is not about applause, titles, or alliances. Leadership means following the same rules you expect everyone else to follow. There is still a question no one seems willing to answer, but the time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Tiffany Benson.
Yes, Tiffany Benson here. I am the founder of Restore Parental Rights in Education. I'm also the host of the Myth of Education podcast, and I want to thank Heather and Janelle for voting in favor of protecting students over an institution. And Heather, I hope you can see like how huge this is. You don't need to be president to make a difference, for God to use you. So we appreciate that. And we've been here before, right? It's kind of a Sandoval 2.0 situation. So don't worry about it. And actually, I wanted to give a shout out to Melissa Ewing. And here's why. For the last 4 years, I have seen Melissa Ewing come in here and stand on her convictions. No matter how crooked they are, we're never going to agree on things. You're way far left, and we've traded barbs and emails. But what I've noticed about you, from my observation, you haven't stabbed anybody in the back. You haven't been two-faced. You've just been who you are, and you stand for leftist policies. So we appreciate that. What we don't appreciate is the cattiness and the backstabbing that comes from so-called Republicans. For example, LD28 putting out a statement, and they left your name out of it. I advocated for it, but somebody deleted my comment on Facebook. So I think if we want politics out of schools, the backstabbing, rabid right would probably need to lead by example. And while I'm speaking about cattiness and backstabbing, no offense to any women in here, I am a woman. But when we do it, it's kind of modus operandi. We have a problem with that. But when men do it, it's weird. It makes no sense. And if toxic masculinity were a thing, which it's not, but if it were, the definition would be a man who thinks, behaves, and talks like a woman. And so with that, Jeff Toby, do your worst, and we will do our best to make sure that you are a one-term board member.
Thank you. Next public comment, Marcy Robb.
Good evening. I've been with this district for 36 years, and it has been the best job I can ever imagine. That makes this decision for me to step down and retire difficult, but at the same time, it's easier than it should be. Education has become politicized. Professionals with expertise are being micromanaged and excluded from decision-making. While we hear calls for fiscal responsibility, we have seen costly legal actions such as numerous executive sessions and lawsuits so Ms. Rooks can pray before board meetings, and those have taken hundreds of thousands of dollars directly from our classrooms. And yes, I have the FOIAs to show it. Ms. Rooks, you don't support our overrides, you don't support our district, and you don't lead by example. When speaking from the dais or in the media, information should be factual, not opinion-based, and not emotionally driven. Recent statements concerning our district are simply inaccurate, and we deserve better. Ms. Bowles, you've made statements that misrepresent facts. We are not losing enrollment in Peoria because of abortions. Dr. Leducer was not a Navy SEAL. Good teachers do go to board meetings and fight, and most of the people in the audience are indeed your constituents. You tried to vilify parent groups and teacher organizations. You verbally attacked other board members for violating while you yourself were doing the same thing. By the way, our union is PEA. It's not affiliated with what you referenced last week. The claims that our union teachers don't support mandatory reporting or that our union funded a walkout are false. Just because you believe something does not make it factual. This boardroom is not your stage or a place for your personal stories and accomplishments. It's a place for district business. It doesn't matter who you voted for, who you love, or who you pray to. We are here for kids. Please stop with the commentary. In 3 years, this district has seen the mass departure of district leaders, principals, and staff. That is not a coincidence. If you choose not to reflect on the board's role on that, you are ignoring a critical part of the problem. Thank you to the 3 board members who consistently show up and listen. Even though we don't always agree, you've been willing to meet, discuss, and ask questions to get understanding. You attend events at all our schools because guess what, Ms. Rooks, there are schools south of Deer Valley. I hope somewhere down the line I've made a difference in this district. I have worked with amazing people at Ironwood High School and everywhere else who supported
I'm sorry, Ms.
me
Robb, your
and
time is
everything
up.
else. Thank you. It's been an awesome ride.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Suzanne Yee.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Board, and our Superintendent Casey Summers. First thing I'd like to say is to Dr. Summers, thank you so much for everything you've given to this district. I was part of the focus group when we were looking for a superintendent, and we had a long list of qualifications, and you fit every single one of them. And I'm very sad that you're not staying. I appreciate everything you've done for the district. Okay, my second comment goes to the teachers here and online. I'm sorry that you had to sit in this room or watching online during Teacher Appreciation Week and be told by a board member that you are a pedophile or someone who protects pedophiles. We expect our teachers to protect our students' safety and lives, even if it means standing between them and a crazed person with a gun. This doesn't mean there aren't people who choose to harm children as they place themselves in those environments where they can get access to them, in schools, churches, sports, camps, and neighborhoods. Also, most of you teachers are moms, dads, and even grandparents, and chose this profession because you love education and children and want to teach them skills they need to be successful adults, sometimes at the expense of your own family's needs. If anyone on this board does not respect the hard work, the care, the time, the knowledge that teachers impart to their students, then it's time for you to resign. Stop insulting our educators. You are not the backbone of the district, they are. You can be easily replaced, they can't. President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, and Board Member Ewing, let's stop with all the political posturing and social media nonsense that some on this board seem to love, and get back to the work of the district. We need your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Ashley P.
I don't have anything written down, so I might a few times, so my apologies. Hello, everybody. I just came up to say that as a parent of a child with a traditional school problem, I guess, no school has ever been a good fit for my kid. We've tried private, we've tried charter, and we've tried public, and it's always very difficult to get my child into school. And this last year, they're a sophomore, it's been amazing. Like, they've participated in MET, they've done AP classes, they just got done taking 2 AP tests. I didn't even know that there were so many opportunities for my kid, but we still had a problem with, do I have to go next year? Can I just do online? I found this one place, and I told them, okay, just why don't we look at eCampus? Oh, no, Mom, I can't do eCampus. I've heard terrible things about it. And I was like, okay, well, let's just look again. We did. Well, I did, and my kid did, and I asked, and my kid was like, no, I can't do it. But then a few days later, my kid's like, Mom, I looked at eCampus again, and I think I really want to take these 2 classes a semester online. And so I've never felt so excited to just hear that positivity come from my child about school. My kid's really smart, they get good grades, but they struggle in that capacity. So for Peoria to be able to provide an alternative pathway, and I talked to Ms. Jacobs before the meeting, but to think about that alternative pathway and how can we adjust for kids who may not fit a traditional model. I just wanted to thank the board and all the employees that were part of that, because I know I'm just one person up here, but for my story, there are so many other parent stories that are similar. And so I just wanted to take the time to thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to the different things that Peoria can keep on doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment comes from Jennifer C.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, Dr. Summers, Dr. Ledusher. This room and this district are filled with uniquely gifted mothers who are loved and respected community members. They provide for and raise up educated and engaged citizens and prioritize their safety physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Likewise, there are excellent educators who show up every day prepared to academically shape our students for their benefit and the good of our city. The degrading and slanderous comments of some board members undermine what our educators give every day. Early mornings, late nights, even acting as human shields, as we ask them to practice lockdown and shelter-in-place drills, along with fire drills throughout the year. As a parent, I can't thank my students' teachers enough for their professionalism. My first year, my kindergarten son was in the class next door to mine while a lockdown went through. I sat in between the door and my class while another educator without children of their own sat and would protect my baby and his friends on my behalf and their behalf. I can't thank them enough for their professionalism and personal sacrifice, every one of my kids' teachers, kindergarten through high school in this district, that have poured into them and contributed to their academic and personal success. And to that point, some of us are both. The false and defamatory, even hateful comments that I'm sure are motivated by fear of a different path forward last week may be spewed from the dais. But let me be clear. We know who and whose we are. We know when and where to show up. And if something doesn't change, it will at the ballot box in November.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from PJ.
Whoops. Good evening. I imagine with all of this mandatory reporting craziness, are we getting tired of this yet? Have we had enough? I've had enough. I'm a former teacher myself. just cut right to it. I'm looking at this email from February of 2025, and I'm kind of shocked by the response that Mr. Schoolcraft and I have brought these concerns to our teachers' attention. This is February 2025. August 2025, I think, is when the police got involved. That gives that teacher an enormous amount of time to destroy evidence, intimidate, or coach witnesses. It's a pretty bad move. Moving away from that, I imagine right now people are splitting hairs over the difference between reasonably believes or receives a reasonable allegation prior to SB 1437 changing the law last April. I don't have enough time to identify all the ways that this email from this student on February 21st, 2025 does not make up reasonably believes. And it's shameful that nothing has been done or was done. So I have a question for Mr. Summers tonight. Between February 21st, 2025 and February 26th, 2025, did you or any district personnel initiate a claim with the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust, either directly or through an attorney or other representative? And I'll wait for an answer.
I'm sorry, sir, we're not able to respond during public comment.
He is, you are not.
So please continue with your comment.
Do you have anything to say? You can answer legally, because it's your period too if you want. Okay. I got 40 seconds left.
Happy birthday to you.
Excuse me, please refrain.
Point of order?
Yep.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Can I add a few more seconds?
I need quiet in the room, please. Please respect the gentleman's time.
But I have a list of elements that make reasonably believes obvious. Would you like a copy? Or would the trust like a copy? Or would Susan Siegel like a copy? You don't need a copy?
I just said you could leave one, sir. If you'd like
Okay.
a copy, leave a copy.
I'll email it.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, are we ready for the craziness to be over? Raise your hand if you're ready for the craziness to be over.
I'm sorry, PJ, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, sir.
Next public comment comes from Christina Rogers.
Good evening. Well, here we are. You got what you wanted. Congrats. I truly hope you stay true to why the voters voted you in. I'm faithful God has bigger plans for Heather and Janelle. Stay strong and steady. It is refreshing to know that there are people who stay true to what they ran on. They talk the talk and walk the walk and don't crumble under pressure. And I want to thank Heather for standing and fighting for children, because I myself have heard, since this came out, multiple stories of kids coming online, and I'm sure you guys have heard as well, that they have reported and nothing has happened. Things have happened to them. If you go through, I know you guys are on the Facebook pages, you can see kids are saying, oh yeah, that happened to me. Oh yeah, I took it to a teacher. Oh yeah, I told a principal. And guess what? Nothing happened. So even though there are probably really good teachers, and it really is disgusting that all the teachers come up and think we hate you. We love teachers, the good ones. The bad ones can go kick rocks, because there are bad ones. So rather we want to put wool over our eyes and think that they're not there. They are there. Same with administrators, same with principals, same in any profession. There are bad humans. And that's why we are here to stop the bad humans from doing bad things to children. So why any of us are against reporting, why any of us are against to as many investigations that there needs to be to make sure that our children are safe is disgusting. All of us should want, every single one of us should want every stone
overturned, looked under, everything to make sure that our children are safe when they go to schools. We think that they're safe. We're sending there because we do trust the majority of you guys. We trust that also that when you have a friend that's right next door that's not doing the right thing, that they're going to report that they're not doing the right thing. All of us have had kids in schools, and I bet every single one of us has had that teacher that's been not so nice to our child, hasn't treated them correctly, maybe even touched them inappropriately. But it's time for it to stop and for people to stand up. And we should all band together on this. This should not be something that pulls us apart. Politically right, left, this is not a right or left thing. This is keeping our children safe. Stay steady, girls, because God is on your side.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Dr. Sophia Martinovich.
I'm here to advocate so that another child does not have to suffer in silence like I did from child sexual abuse. I didn't know that I should tell someone about the child sexual abuse that I was enduring when I was 7 years old until a fellow victim spoke up and an investigation by parents and police occurred. I simply knew that I was uncomfortable and scared. I didn't have the words to describe what was happening to me because I was a child who didn't know that I had a right to not be touched inappropriately. As the board considers improvements for protecting children in the Peoria Unified School District from child sexual abuse, I recommend, as a survivor of child sexual abuse, for the board to rehire the school social workers and mental health practitioners that this board voted to terminate on April 9th, 2026. School social workers and mental health practitioners are specially trained to recognize abuse, and research has shown that school counselors have, quote, increased student outcomes for academic achievement, physical and psychological safety, improved mental and behavioral health, improved attendance, improved social emotional competencies, and improved family and community involvement. Additionally, age-appropriate child sexual abuse prevention education, such as Aaron's Law, to increase the physical and psychological safety of PUSD students needs to happen. Aaron's Law has been passed in 38 states, but Arizona is not one of them. Having vague language about grooming and policies will not protect students from child sexual abuse. Having specialists who are trained to recognize physical, mental, and sexual abuse on campus accessible to students is a research-verified practice to protect children from grooming. Providing age-appropriate child sexual abuse prevention education has increased accountability for child sexual abusers and their enablers because children become empowered and immediately report the child sexual abuse after being educated. As educators, empower students with education to assert boundaries and protect their bodies from sexual abuse through providing specially trained, mandated reporters who can recognize abuse due to their specialized training. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next comment comes from Sierra Sheehan.
Thank you. Again, my name is Sierra Sheehan, and I'm here to demand accountability for my daughter who suffered a concussion injury from a calculated off-the-ball assault during a PUSD soccer match. This was an act of violent brutality, not an athletic accident. Your officials failed their posts. They never stopped the play, forcing my daughter to continue for 11 minutes. No foul was called for a violent infraction your athletic director confirmed was a cardable offense, nor was a medical evaluation performed. Morning after injury, the school nurse explicitly told me she would manifest parent-initiated incident report. Yet the next day, the nurse told me she sat on mandatory concussion documentation because she was waiting for higher-ups, intentionally delaying the paper trail. Because administration failed to act, I sought medical care myself and built the record from scratch. April 20th, I formally submitted my 32-page exhibit books to the superintendent and to every one of you board members, only to be met with weeks of absolute silence. I want this board to look at my daughter. This is the student that you ignored and that you failed. After 60 days of evasion, I broke your silence by entering the district office stating legal action because administrators ignored my 2-month-old legal hold. I had to call and schedule the viewing of the video myself. That threat is the sole reason I was shown the video and why Dr. Summers joined that meeting. In that room, Dr. Summers agreed paper documents would be manifested and given. Instead, he sent a superficial email claiming compliance because my doctor's notes were uploaded, while still not providing the statutory records required by law. Storing my documentation is not district compliance, it is an evasion. Furthermore, violating FERPA to hide evidence utilizing a selective, cropped video clip to blur the violent offense and adults, contracted officials who stood by. This entire timeline, along with police report number, has been submitted directly to the State Board of Education investigative unit under Tom Horn. Our kids are not public relation cleanups. Student safety is non-negotiable, and it is the floor, not the ceiling. It is profoundly disappointing to feel so let down by a community that is supposed to be on the same team. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next public comment comes from Devin Mosler.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Board, and Dr. Summers. My name is Devin Mosler, and I'm the president of the Peoria Education Association. During last week's special session, there were many statements made that I want to personally address. I feel there is a strong misconception about our union, the beliefs we hold, and the role that we play in this district. PEA is a nonpartisan union that welcomes individuals from all political affiliations. We are not just a bunch of liberals, we are teachers from all walks of life. Many of us live in this community, pay taxes, have children, and sometimes grandchildren that attend schools in this district. We are the ultimate stakeholders. We have a deep personal investment in what happens here because it impacts our families as much as it impacts yours. Most of us have had to mandatorily report abuse at some point in our careers, and I have to say, it's one of the most gut-wrenching experiences of our lives. We do not take that responsibility lightly. Families in this community trust us to care for their children, and we take honor of protecting our students seriously. Our members are extraordinarily distraught and saddened to learn about the reported abuse that has happened at Centennial High School. We too want to see those individuals held accountable for their actions, so any obstacle that would subvert that accountability must be avoided. We believe in accountability. We hold each other to a high expectation of professionalism, just as we hold you, our leadership, to that same expectation. I understand that tensions were high and emotions were running deep during our last time together. So we can give you grace for some of the comments that you made, but we deserve an apology. When you make errors of judgment, reflection and reconciliation is required. Your comments were unnecessary, untrue, and intentionally hurtful
To those who dedicate their lives to serving those who are most precious, do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is within your power to act.
Thank you. Next public comment, we're going to circle back to Paige Spencer. Is Paige Spencer here would like to provide comment? That was our last public comment. As a matter of policy, any board member who is addressed during public comment has the opportunity to respond. Are there any board members who were named who would like to respond?
President Toby, I would like to respond to, I believe it was mentioned that I removed social workers in the district, but I want to remind everyone that was a vote by the board for a reduction in force. And I will also add that Centennial High School had a social worker for the last 5 years. And it is my understanding that all adults in this district are trained on mandate reporting and to look for signs of abuse. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Is there any board members that would like to respond?
Yes, I would like to, President Toby.
Mrs. Bowles, go ahead, please.
I want to clarify an important point regarding the recent meeting. While I was aware that a small number of teachers and parents were present, many standing just as they were tonight due to limited seating. The majority of individuals in attendance were not there in representation of teachers or parents. Rather, their presence appeared to reflect an affiliation with union or related union organization groups, which was evident from the coordinated shirts and materials. Thank you.
Okay, if nothing further, we will move on to 9.1, Board Summary of Current Events. Sorry, I can speak. 9.1, Mrs. Brooks, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. First off, I want to say was able to tour. Thank you, Miss Airy, for setting up the tour of Cactus High School last week. Mrs. Hammer, she was very welcoming to our congressman, Abe Hamadeh. We wanted to show off the amazing things going on at Cactus. Obviously, Mrs. Hammer updated him about our 7th through 12th grade models. That was really exciting, all the opportunities. We also were able to tour the robotics program that has done so great in our district as well. And he was really excited to meet the teacher and talk to the students, and they actually had them right there in the room, so he was able to see it. And then we did tour the ROTC program, and that was a great experience. All of the students, the cadets, had questions for the congressman, and just kind of going through his history of serving in the military. And so that was just very piqued interest. And yeah, it was really exciting to see how the interactions went at our school. I know Mrs. Bowles was able to attend, and Mrs. Airy was there, and then Dr. LaDucer was able to be there as well. So thank you for taking the time to showcase Cactus High School and what they're offering there. See here, pull back my notes here. So I know this past weekend it was Mother's Day. And we didn't have a board meeting in between that time. So I just want to say happy Mother's Day, belated Mother's Day to all the moms. My mom is actually here. She drove down 4 hours from Pine Top so that we could kind of spend the next 3 days together. So happy Mother's Day. And then I did want to say next week, I know board members will be going to graduations for elementary schools, the high schools. I will be attending on Monday, yes, thank you, Monday, Kachina Elementary for their graduation, and I know it's going to be bittersweet because this is their last graduation for their school will be closing. So I wanted to make sure that I was there to congratulate those 8th graders and celebrate with Mrs. Steele all of the accomplishments that they have worked on. And I just want to say congratulations to all of our students that will be graduating from 8th grade and going into high school and graduating from high school in their future careers and college and all the exciting things that seniors are looking forward to with their graduations next week. And last, I will just say, protect children over institutions.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mrs. Ewing.
Yes, thank you. First off, I just, all of the board was at the Pride of Peoria where we had an opportunity to see all the teachers who had been nominated by their staff. So that was really amazing, and I was really proud to have our entire board there in support of that. Dr. Summers, you gave an amazing speech. Still want a copy of that, but anyway, so that was really great. And before I go on to thank these other two things that I want to lift up in recognition, I just want to say thank you so much for all the time that you've spent with Peoria, all of your dedication, all of the long hours, and all of your innovation and your vision. You have definitely left an imprint on Peoria, and I wish you luck in Colorado. So something that I did this week, or that I was able to attend, was the kiddos who are graduating out of the WORKS program. And if you don't know what that is, it stands for Work Opportunities, Real World Knowledge. It prepares students for post-graduation success through hands-on training. It's kind of like an adult transition program, focuses on students with disabilities to increase employability, independent living skills, and community integration. That program right now is at Cactus High School. Students come from all of our high schools and attend that. But it was just really great to see all of the opportunities that those students have. And that program relies on a great partnership with all of our businesses in the community. One of them is Charlie's on the Lakes. In those communities, our students get to go into those businesses and learn job skills training. And some of those students are going on to Glendale Community College. Anyway, it was really great to hear about their academic and career goals as they move forward with new life and job skills. So that program truly reflects Peoria Unified's commitment to every student, every day, prepared to shape tomorrow. And then lastly, I also had an opportunity to attend the Liberty High School Senior Awards and see the students recognized for their outstanding academic achievement. I especially wanted to highlight Mr. Sean Dugood, the principal at Liberty High School, as he was on his final senior awards ceremony before retirement. I got to know Mr. Dugood while my children attended Liberty High School, and I saw firsthand the energy and vision he brought to that school. He introduced the phrase, "We are Liberty." In fact, a bunch of the kids got "We are Liberty" nominations for the great things that they did. And "We Are Liberty," which has become a lasting source of pride shared by students. It's mentioned in the hall. It's mentioned by students, staff, and families. And I just want to thank him for the leadership and the legacy he leaves behind. And it was moving to see his tears at the ceremony, and I look forward to seeing him again at graduation. And with that, I'll pass it on to Mrs. Bowles.
Thank you. I also attended as sorry, I'm not used to you sitting there. As Melissa said, all of us were at the Pride of Peoria. If you don't know what the Pride of Peoria is, to me it's one of the highest awards in our district because it's from your colleagues, and I really like that, and it's a pretty amazing thing they've been doing for many, many, many years. So congratulations everyone that received awards, but I would like to take a moment to spotlight two exceptional individuals who have come in my path and made extraordinary impact in our district as well as our community. One of them, and I don't think either of them are here, but Frem Hare, excuse me, it was said that she has been in this district for 30 years. I venture to say this is not her first Pride of Peoria, but if it is, well deserved. She is one of the most knowledgeable school psychologists I've ever met. Sorry. She currently works at Peoria Traditional And I actually saw her at the Pride of Peoria last year, so it was just very encouraging to see her, be able to give her a hug. Again, well-deserved. The other is Lieutenant Colonel Zamora. He leads the ROTC program at Cactus High School. I had the privilege of observing his ROTC students at a memorial across town. Had no idea they were going to be there that day, but they were outstanding. Their discipline and reverence spoke volumes. His leadership is shaping a generation that embodies patriotism and respect for those who serve. The excellence of his program is a clear reflection of his influence and commitment. So congratulations again to both of you. Well-deserved. The things I've seen in our community and in our schools has been outstanding, which leads me to what Ms. Rooks was stating, that her and I and the cabinet that she mentioned went to Cactus High School. Lieutenant Colonel Zamora, obviously there, ROTC, Principal Hammer, and the robotics teacher welcomed Congressman Abe Hamadeh. Ms. Rooks and I were able to tour, as she said, Cactus High School. Principal Hammer, thank you, Principal Hammer, for consistently leading with excellence. And then thank you, Ms. Rooks, for coordinating this visit along with cabinet, with our congressman. The RTC students truly appreciated. They got a medal from Washington, and sometimes you're not sure if students are listening, or your own children or spouse. But they were, watching him, and I don't know if they really captured who he was and all that, till he said, "I have a coin from Washington," and both rooms lit up. So it was pretty cool, and he got to sit with them, ask them questions. He was very impressed with our program, and that's something to be very proud of. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Clerk Crawford.
I'm not going to belabor a Pride of Peoria. It was an absolutely exceptional event, so thank you to Danielle and team for always being the point people for that, and a special congratulations to our DAC employee, Sarah Meredith, who was recognized that night. And also I wanted to just highlight Peoria Education Foundation, which is a foundation that was able to provide the beautiful little tokens that each of our Pride of Peoria members got. I was able to attend with Mr. Toby at Centennial High School for their senior awards, and I'm looking to you. I think they said just in the graduating class of Centennial High School, $17 million. Is that correct? $17 million in scholarships just from Centennial High School. So it was really wonderful. Obviously, they've been on the news a lot, and to see what those kids were able to accomplish was absolutely incredible. And as we deal with these tough issues, we cannot forget to celebrate all the hard work that those students put in. I wanted to highlight our track coaches. We are now in the no man's land between districts and state. And we have a lot of track coaches that this really extends beyond their contract. And, at some schools, there's only 4 athletes left who made it to state, and these coaches are showing up every single day, going to meets that last forever. And just wanted to thank them for their hard work in going above and beyond to make sure that our students have every opportunity. Next week, I'll be attending all the high school graduations. We just kind of stay all day and be able to celebrate. And so very much looking forward to celebrating the accomplishments of our graduates. And then finally, one thing, last meeting, I love when students come in and speak. Hearing their voices, I think, is incredibly important. And we had a Centennial senior come and speak. Her name was Olivia Frey. And she was very frustrated that she said in her last 8 days in this district, I don't want to be in this boardroom defending what a great experience I had. And so I just wanted to give a message to all of our graduating seniors, but all of our students in Peoria. Be proud that you're a Peoria student. We have amazing things happening in this district, and you should absolutely be proud to say that you are a graduate of PUSD. And we're just very excited, I think, as a board to celebrate with all of our amazing accomplishments. One school, $17 million. It's an incredible amount. I was actually able to meet with another student today and over at Cactus. And this student has had a lot of challenges, in his life. And he shared with me that he was accepted to GCU, $87,000 of scholarships that one student earned. And it's because his teachers went the extra mile
and he has an incredibly bright future, and he's going to be a generational game changer for everyone that comes after him. And so as we talk about the hard stuff we need to address, let's not forget all the incredible things that are happening and every single person who has a part of making that happen.
Yes, Pride of Peoria was amazing. It was great to see all the nominated teachers and win a well-deserving award. And additionally, going to the Centennial Award ceremony, there was one specific award that I believe it was the first time ever in Peoria Unified history, not just at that school, but in entire Peoria Unified, where a student who came to our district not speaking English, not only mastered English, but then got 2 literacy seals in Spanish and French. And so like that to me explains the academic rigor that we can offer here in Peoria Unified, the ability to not only help students excel and thrive, but just set new records. I mean, we're talking about this year, I'm sure, in totality of our district, is probably even more scholarship money than last year. I'm just going to venture to guess based upon the award ceremony from Centennial. But I do want to shout that out because it is an amazing accomplishment. I did want to say something slightly different. I have a painting in my office, and it's a ship that's on this really stormy sea. And below it is a quote by G.K. Chesterton that says that we're all in the same boat upon a stormy sea. And I do that to remind my employees, like, we are all in this together. And regardless of what happens, what the storm brings, we're in the same ship. And those words feel especially fitting in our current situation. You know, right now our district is having a difficult time. We're having to navigate these really treacherous waters. And while we may not agree on every issue, we're all a part of the same community and the same ship called Peoria Unified. You know, but even in turbulent times, we cannot become so focused on the waves right in front of us that we lose sight of the horizon. And despite the storms that we face today, I remain hopeful that this future of this district, the strong foundations, the talented people in our district, and the shared commitment to excellence is what's going to carry us forward through these turbulent times. Speaking of leadership and legacy, I do want to take a moment of, I guess you'd say, personal privilege. One of our former superintendents, Linda Pallas Thompson, is currently not doing so well. And I had the chance to visit her yesterday and say my goodbyes. And while Linda and I didn't agree politically on certain things, there is no doubt that she loved this district, and she loved education, and she was a believer, passionate, and fully invested. And I know this for a fact, even after separating from the district, she would watch board meetings like a sporting event. And so I actually received her memoir called Unfinished Business. And I got permission to read just a short paragraph of it. I think it speaks a little bit to teachers. There's not very many things in here that I would read publicly, but if you know Linda. But I will say, she talks about a teacher who touched her life in a certain way that she remembered for decades. And I think it's befitting that I just share a couple excerpts. So if you will, please indulge me. So after the first day of school in 1963, I came home and begged my father, the president of the local school board, to fire one of my teachers, Mr. B. He had intimidated the class, especially me, and never taught us anything that day. He walked around the room, the entire room, asking classmates crazy questions and debated every answer any courageous student offered in defense. He didn't deserve to be my teacher. He frightened me. Gregarious, tall, and thin, he had long black hair slicked back and an angular face that reminded me of a vampire, but his bright blue plaid jacket destroyed that image. I never had experienced a teacher like him. I slouched down at my desk with my hands folded in front of me, trying to appear invisible. I almost made it until he hovered over my desk and stuck a bony finger in my face. He sneered, "What is your reason for existing?" I had no idea. My face turned white. I began to sweat, and I sank deeper in my seat. He hovered over me for what seemed like hours. And finally he said, "What is your reason for being, young lady? Do you know the reason why you exist?" Why do I remember him now? That took place almost half a century ago. Mr. B's question rattled around in my brain, and I felt perplexed. People say that educators can make a difference on the future. If that is even partially true, why me? Why now? I had to find out. I easily found a listing in the white pages for Mr. B, who lived in Palatine, Illinois, and called his number. The phone rang, and I got the message machine. I just wanted you to know, I said, that you were my junior high school English teacher over 50 years ago, and I still do not have the answer to your question, but I'm working on it. I gulped in silence and continued, if you are the same Mr. B who taught 7th grade and 8th grade English in Skokie, Illinois in 1963, I'd love to talk with you. I left my phone number. I didn't have to wait long for him to call back. Even though he had provoked fear and trepidation in me the first day of school in 7th grade, Mr. B became my all-time favorite, most memorable teacher in his class. After I hung up, I pondered what we had discussed, and I thought about the phrase for several minutes and asked, who am I? The question still remained a mystery to me. I had unfinished work left to do. And so I really liked that passage because it does speak to how teachers can leave imprints in our children's lives, even that parents may not necessarily be aware of. I mean, for 50 years, Linda Powers Thompson carried Mr. B in her mind, asking, what is her reason? Constantly changing her answer, trying to find the reason. And so the story reminds us that education is ultimately about people. And long after controversies pass and students remember that teacher that changed their lives. I know one teacher today that he became a French teacher, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, because of his French teacher that he took because he wanted to be with his friends. And now he's a French teacher. So there's a lot of ways that teachers impact our lives. And so for those who are teachers here listening tonight, we have unfinished business here in Peoria Unified. Keep inspiring, keep mentoring, and keep showing up for our students because the work that you do today will echo in their lives for decades to come. I look forward to doing this important work together and steadying the ship. And with steadfastness and hope, we all have for Peoria and for our students. And with that, I give it over to Dr. Summers.
Good evening, President Tobey, governing board members, cabinet, and all of the guests that are here and elsewhere. So I have a little bit, I'm going to do kind of a traditional share out of some comments because there's a lot of great things that are happening. And then maybe a little bit of reflection. So I just appreciate the opportunity. So thank you for lifting up already some amazing things that have taken place. And as has been alluded to, we are celebrating our class of 2026 as we go into next week. Actually, tomorrow night is Peoria Flex Academy graduates. So as we do head into those celebrations, yes, we do have a grand total for you. It maybe quite isn't what we had the year before, but that was a very big amount. But I don't think that 93.7 million is anything to sniff at. So that is the scholarship amount for this year's graduating class. And I just want to congratulate all of them. And we are just very excited to celebrate their accomplishments, and their next steps. Also would like to elevate and spotlight students from Sunset Heights Elementary School who competed in the state competition for Project Citizen. I want to wish them a very big congratulations, as not only did they take first place at the state championships, they have also advanced to the national competition. And be sure to check out our next edition of Peoria Unified's award-winning magazine, which is arriving in mailboxes this week, for a story on our district's commitment to civic education, including Project Citizen. A quick side note, we had the opportunity earlier this week to go to Ms. Ward's classroom at Sunset Heights and actually celebrate with the students. So I'm just so super inspired by how they showed up and how they continue to provide success. And a quick shout out to Councilmember Edwards, who was also able to be there. And I'm sitting there having the conversation with them, and I'm like, you should take this to City of Peoria. And they're like, yeah, we already did. So that's pretty cool. I think they're actually looking at ways to expand it across the state as well. It's all about heat-related illness and making our trails more safe. So again, just a big shout out there. Peoria Unified was also recently represented by over a dozen high school students participating in the ACE Mentor Program. This program partners CTE students with an industry professional in architecture, construction, or engineering who serves as a mentor. So for the first time, Peoria Unified walked away from the state presentations, again, first place team, consisting of James Walker from Centennial High School, Santino Xavier Carranza from Peoria High School, Jacob Souther and Sophia Mazanek from Sunrise Mountain, And all 4 of these students are enrolled in Peoria Unified's innovative MET Professional Academy. In addition to the winning team, 9 students walked away from the competition with a combined $19,000 in scholarships. So we want to congratulate all of those students on this history-making achievement. And as already mentioned, on Monday night, we did honor the top 1% of Peoria Unified staff at our annual Pride of Peoria celebration. This year we had 41 individuals who were named Pride of Peoria after being nominated through letters written by their peers. We continue to celebrate them on social media. And again, just another plug for our Peoria Unified on Facebook and Instagram to watch the moment as they were surprised with their recognitions. Finally, we've also had the opportunity, been a little bit busy with employee recognition and acknowledgement. So we do have Summers or Superintendent Spotlight recipients that I'd like to shout out real quick. Ashley Mitten, Exceptional Student Services Teacher from Zuni Hills Elementary School. Gabriel Ortega, a groundskeeper for Peoria Unified. Leslie Van Drunen, Instructional Assistant at Desert Valley Elementary. Chris Vale, strings teacher at Apache Elementary School. Brian Dill, band teacher at Paseo Verde and Marshall Ranch. And Thomas Ogilvie, also chorus teacher at Paseo Verde and Marshall Ranch. So congratulations to all of those recipients. And as I mentioned, just have been kind of on a whirlwind tour. This morning, in fact, had the opportunity to be at the Met for a special legacy presentation event. I want to shout out Mr. Justin Davis and the engineering students in that program. So I actually walked in at 7:30 a.m., sat down, wasn't exactly sure how it was going to go, but it was the most inspiring 5-minute share-outs and speeches, and the whole concept was, what is your legacy? What are you actually leaving behind? And there were several just items that came to mind, but really what was most impactful from each of those students is these are some of our most award-winning students. In fact, we're 5 valedictorians in that very room. And yet none of it was about achievement necessarily or even accomplishment. It was about recognizing that without struggle, there is no progress. And in fact, how we fail really says a lot about how we continue to learn and how we continue to grow. And so without failure, it is very hard to have that success. And then I had the chance to swing by Sun Valley Elementary today, and I will, full confession, just acknowledge that the 8th grade promoting class for the AVID program led by Mrs. Kathleen Bussey, they do have their promotion event this evening. So I may have mentioned that it was a hard decision to make. What event do you attend? With, of course, a big meeting here for us tonight. What I just want to celebrate is our youth who give us so much reason to be optimistic about why we do what we do. And to be able to spend some of that time in recognizing that students, I think, demonstrating their gratefulness, their gratitude for what they have received here. But really, I think we owe them a big thank you as well, because it really does gives me personally a lot of hope in the types of futures that we can get really excited about. And that really kind of brought me to how do I maybe share a reflection with you this evening. Before I share that, I do want to just start with a big thank you. And I'm going to thank the 5 of you. And you may not necessarily appreciate that or not, but you show up. This is a position that involves a great deal of service, a great deal of sacrifice, and a great deal of stewardship. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with each of you. It hasn't always been easy. I know the ride is kind of bumpy sometimes, and we're not always going to see eye to eye. But what I value most in that is that we're in the arena, right? And so that's just something that I think just bears mention of appreciation and gratitude. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to lead and serve here. I'm also very grateful for a team that I'm just going to look to the side here for a minute because, and really it's the whole Peoria Unified team, but there's a few individuals that I just don't know how you do it without people that show up every single day. So Danielle, Marcy, Talia, and also Dr. Ledoux, sir. I know you're new to the team, sir, but even in a short amount of time, there's not enough words to be able to express just how you all continue to show up with poise, with professionalism, and with a sense of purpose. And that purpose is just something that, as we had retirees that we were able to celebrate here this evening, and really on behalf of every staff member that chooses to serve, not just in Peoria Unified, but in public education. Well, this is the reason why I jotted some reflections down here for you. So I'm going to just read the statement, President Toby, with your blessing here. This is my final time in front of you this evening as superintendent of the school district. And in doing so, I want to make sure that I am being very clear about what I'm going to say as well as what I'm not going to say. Because there's certainly a temptation anytime you go through something difficult to reduce everything down to personality, perhaps politics, victories, defeats, final arguments. But public education is way too important for that. This district truly deserves more than that. I'm going to offer that the heart of this school district truly does not live in this boardroom, but it does live in the small moments. It lives on our buses, our cafeterias, our playgrounds, certainly in all of our classrooms. It truly lives in how our students are greeted every morning, how they are supported when they struggle, and whether they feel seen, safe, challenged, and believed in by the adults around them. And that truly is the real work. During my tenure, I've had the extraordinary privilege of witnessing this work across this district in remarkable ways. I have seen students overcome enormous obstacles and walk across graduation stages with pride and possibility ahead of them. I've seen teachers stay long after the final bell to help a struggling student, a teammate. I've seen principals lead through crises with grace and with steadiness. I've seen our support staff quietly carry burdens most people will never see. And I've seen this community rally around our schools. Amazing athletics, arts programs, opportunities that truly change lives for children every single day. And truly, this is the Peoria Unified School District that I'll remember the most. But I would also be dishonest if I stood here tonight and pretended this final chapter has not also been extraordinarily difficult. Over the past several months, our district has experienced one of the most painful and divisive periods in recent memory. Not to single out the Centennial High School matter, but this truly has caused deep concern, frustration, anger, grief, and public division throughout our community. Serious allegations involving staff conduct demanded serious investigation, accountability, and response. And throughout this process, students, families, staff members, and our broader community have all carried the weight of uncertainty, scrutiny, and emotion in different ways. And as a superintendent, I've carried that weight too. And what this experience has reinforced for me is something I believe more deeply now than ever before. Leadership matters, governance matters, process matters, truth matters, and the discipline required to lead public schools and school systems responsibly matters. At the same time, this experience has also reminded me that public schools and districts are led by human beings navigating extraordinarily difficult situations, often with incomplete information, competing responsibilities, and intense public pressure. That reality does not excuse mistakes or remove accountability, but it should remind all of us that wisdom, humility, and restraint matter deeply when communities face moments of crisis. Public education is one of the few remaining places where an entire community still comes together around something larger than itself. That responsibility is sacred. And because it is sacred, how we lead matters immensely. Schools and districts are not strengthened through outrage, speculation, or the rush to conclusions before facts and investigative processes have had the opportunity to fully unfold. They are strengthened through disciplined leadership, clear roles, honest communication, lawful process, and a shared commitment to students above all else. That does not mean avoiding hard questions. Communities absolutely should ask hard questions. Transparency matters, accountability matters, public trust matters. But there is also a profound difference between accountability and destruction. When governance becomes reactive instead of disciplined, when public certainty overtakes investigative process, when every disagreement becomes evidence of corruption or conspiracy, the trust that holds school communities together begins to erode. And when that happens, the damage does not stop in our boardroom or in online spaces. It reaches classrooms, schools, staff morale, and the students we are all entrusted to serve. I say that not from theory, but from lived experience. And at the same time, I also want to say something clearly to all of our amazing educators and our staff in this district. We are not defined by the worst moments that our school communities experience. The existence of misconduct by individuals does not erase the extraordinary integrity, professionalism, care, and sacrifice demonstrated every day by thousands of people across this district who continue showing up for students under increasingly difficult conditions. And to our Centennial High School staff specifically, I know this year has carried a tremendous emotional burden. And many of you have continued serving students while navigating public criticism, speculation, scrutiny, and pain that's reached far beyond your classrooms. I hope you know that your work still matters deeply and that students need your steadiness, your belief, and your presence. To our families and our community members, please stay engaged, continue asking thoughtful questions, continue expecting transparency, professionalism, and accountability from your leaders at every level. But also remember that public schools are human communities. They are led by human beings, operating in extraordinary, complex environments. We should absolutely demand excellence from them. But we should also be careful not to damage trust so completely that the very schools and systems our children depend upon begin to break down. And I say this to the future leaders of our district, current and future board members, administrators, teachers, superintendents yet to come. I leave you with this. Never lose sight of where the real work lives. It does not live in political conflict. It does not live in public performance. It does not live in headlines, comment sections, or applause lines, but it does live in children. And it lives in whether students feel safe enough to learn, supported enough to grow, and inspired enough to believe that they have a future worth pursuing. Protect that work. Protect the people doing that work. And approach leadership with the humility to understand that governance is not about control. It is always about stewardship. So despite everything, I truly leave this district with gratitude. Gratitude for our students who reminded me constantly why this work matters. Gratitude for educators and support staff who continue carrying extraordinary responsibility with heart and resilience. Gratitude for families who entrust us with their children. And gratitude for the opportunity to serve a district that, even through difficulty, remains filled with incredible people capable of incredible things. Peoria Unified is worth fighting for. Public education is worth fighting for. And our students are absolutely worth every effort in us getting this right. So, for the last time, I just want to thank you again for allowing me the honor of serving this community. President Tobey, that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers, for your statement and your update. Board, without objection, before we go into the curriculum discussion, would we like a 5-minute break? Yeah, I think that's a good call. So we'll go ahead and take a short break, and we'll come right back, and we'll dive right into curriculum. Thank you.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They're able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning, they're engaging with their peers, they're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners. Oftentimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience, and so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at peoriaunified.org/enroll.
Students from across the district come here to Old Main, right in the heart of the Peoria Unified School District. Built in 1922, it was refurbished and is now an incredible place for learning. The Met Professional Academy focuses on medical engineering, technology, bioscience, and global business. And it is a really unique approach to learning that allows students to really immerse themselves in their learning, but also partner with industry leaders in order to really apply what they're learning and take it out into the real world in a way that sets these students apart from any others. They focus on some of those professions-based skills and professional skill development in a way that is unlike an educational experience you will see anywhere else. They take that learning and they are alongside a mentor, they are alongside a business leader. Sometimes they are even outside of the classroom and they are applying that learning alongside business partners. Students in this program come from any of the high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. We provide transportation for them to get here. They are able to spend half of their day in their home high school and taking those core classes. And then they come here to the Met Professional Academy and they are able to really truly immerse themselves in one of those strands, focus deeply on that learning. Students in the Met Professional Academy tell us that they are receiving really an experience that other students aren't receiving through other classes that they're taking around the valley. So they are going on to college classes, often entering right at the top of the class. They are able to work on different projects and learn new skills with a confidence that they may not otherwise have had they not been a part of this program. The student experience is one that is very collaborative. It's very hands-on. Students aren't just sitting in the classroom having an instructor deliver the lesson for the day. They are up and learning. They're engaging with their peers. They're engaging alongside leaders and industry partners.
Good evening, President Toby, members of the board, Dr. Summers, Dr. Ledusser, Cabinet and Community. It is with extreme honor, excitement, and privilege tonight to bring forth the recommendations for the new English Language Arts curriculum on behalf of the textbook selection committees, collectively encompassing 52 individuals representing every student every day prepared to shape tomorrow. It took a team effort starting in December that led us through our textbook selection calendar to tonight. So thank you to the teams that helped support us from December through today. We appreciate you. Tonight, the team, alongside me, is Mr. Richard O'Neill, newly minted Director of Research, Planning, and Assessment, Ms. Jennifer Line, Principal of Peoria Traditional School, Ms. Ashley Worrell, Executive Director of Community Education, and Ms. Marcy Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, who will provide background into what led to the new recommendations, share textbook selection committee findings, including 60-day public feedback, leading to the proposed textbooks and final considerations. As a note, when we look to adopt new textbooks, we anchor to Governing Board Policy 5-207, which is titled Curriculum Adoption, and it mirrors our counterparts in the Arizona Revised Statutes of 15721 and 15722, which individually representing elementary schools and high schools with the guidance in the pursuit of new resources. I will touch more on these later in the presentation. So why and why now? A brief reminder that last June, Educational Services shared the 7, then 9, and finally 10 strategies for literacy development, which included the ELA adoption, which was strategy 9. There are 5 overarching factors or reasons why we are here tonight in making the new English Language Arts recommendation. We have an adoption expiration, a statutorily required with move on when reading, strategic technology support, alongside updated content, and current research base and evidence. What do we know about ELA learning and the learners right now in Peoria? We are out of time with our K-5 ELA adoption as benchmark advanced licenses expires in June after a 6-year adoption window. Foundations has always been year to year, and as such, no locked-in pricing. My Perspectives has 1 more year with a 7-year window adoption. Wit and Wisdom, used by Peoria Traditional School alongside Preschool's Creative Curriculum, are also a year-to-year purchase and subject to change yearly with pricing. The second guiding factor is move on when reading. Arizona law, ARS 15704, requires K-3 public schools to select core reading curricula that aligns to standards, addresses the essential components of reading, and meet top-tier every student succeeds acts evidence requirements while allowing schools discretions to choose materials that best meet the needs of their students. The Arizona Department of Education vets programs using a color-coded system. Green programs meet all criteria, yellow meets some and may be under review, and red or unlisted programs do not meet legislative requirements for Core 3 adoption. Districts that use non-vetted curricula receive conditional approval on their literacy plan and risk the loss of Move On When Reading funds after repeated use and must comply with requirements tied to the early literacy instruction, student promotion, and reading achievement accountability. Arizona Moves On When Reading, or as we call it, MOWER or MOWER, policy requires K-3 students to implement an evidence-based reading curriculum, comprehensive assessment system, daily instructional time aligned to the essential components of reading. Districts must identify and support at-risk students through targeted interventions, communicate regularly with families, submit an annual ADE-approved K-3 literacy plan for each site as well as the district, and use research-based resources reflected in the master schedule. The policy also establishes a clear third-party promotion and retention requirements, including defined exemptions, and ties the state literacy funding to the compliance with all statutory requirements. Arizona ARS 15704 mandates that districts serving K-3 students adopt and implement a single core reading instructional program that is aligned to state standards, addresses the essential components of reading, and is evidence-based under ESSA, which is also considered Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, as determined by the Arizona Department of Education. ADE operationalizes this requirement through its K-3 reading program vetting process, commonly referred to as core vetted, green, yellow, red, list which districts must use to maintain full approval of their literacy plans. Use of non-vetted core programs results in a conditional approval, and continued non-compliance can lead to the rejection of the literacy plan and loss of move on when reading under that statute. The current resource, Benchmark Advanced, is considered yellow and therefore not approved. Peoria Unified submitted the district and site literacy plans last October 1st to be exact. The district was notified February 4th of 2026. The district's Arizona Move On When Reading Plan would not be approved until the district submitted an action plan in response to having a core resource, Benchmark Advanced, that does not meet the federal requirements under ESSA. The action plan submitted by the district highlighted the district's engagement in formal English language arts textbook adoption process as our solution, and we highlighted the alignment of review to the Arizona Department of Education's Move On When Reading vetted core program and intervention lists to ensure that the materials under consideration met K-3 evidence-based criteria for top tiers of ESSA. On May 1st, the district received notification from the state clarifying and following up on the conditional approval that received this year. This year is year 1 of conditional approval. Next year is year 2. Upon year 3, the district will have their literacy plan rejected and will lose their Move On When Reading funding. We are putting ourselves at risk if we do not adopt, as the funding source would be eliminated. Our next is strategic technology and updated content. Guaranteed and viable curriculum ensures that all students have equal access to essential study content with ELA, and that all content can be taught within the available instructional time. Additionally, ELA adoptions were evaluated by the Textbook Selection Committee with the specific lens of appropriate and effective technology use aligned to the Arizona Educational Technology Standards. Gateways, through our process of review, ensure technology use was purposeful, instructional, developmentally appropriate to the grade level and band, supportive of teacher practice, such as instructional modeling, assessment, and differentiation, and balanced with strong offline learning experiences. This approach reinforces strategic, standards-aligned integration of technology that complements core literacy instruction while promoting digital citizen, safe and ethical use, and creative communication and collaboration. The science of reading and the 5 pillars served as guiding framework for reviewing the resources and informed the rationale for what to look for in regards to English language arts. They are grounded in strong evidence-based instructional practice, and new English language arts materials are evaluated based on how well they explicitly support phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension across pre-kindergarten through 12 or preschool, and recognizing that foundational skills and knowledge-rich instruction are essential at every grade level. Adopting updated ELA resources ensures alignment to the research on how students learn to read, and addresses the needs of struggling and advanced learners and readers, and positions all students for long-term literacy success. The English language arts standards are intentionally designed as a coherent learning progression with skills introduced early and strengthened each year as the students move toward greater complexity and independence. Across grade levels, students engage with increasingly complex texts while developing reading, writing, speaking, and listening skills together, shifting from a guided practice to an evidence-based analysis and self-directed learning. This progression ensures each grade prepares students for success in the next, creating a clear K-12, or in this case preschool through 12, pathway to college, career, and civic readiness. And at this time, I turn it over to Mr. O'Neill to take us through a little bit about current data and evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Piazza. Often when I get up here, it usually means that you're going to have about 20 pages of charts and graphs. I can tell you that that's definitely not the case this time, and one of the main reasons for that is the robust committee process that Peoria Unified has in place. We have a fantastic set of community members and teachers and administrators and other stakeholders who serve on our committees. And in this case, they got to vet all of that information ahead of time. So we're really just going to look at a couple of things that present the background for our moving forward with this adoption. So in grades 3 through 8, students take AASA reading, and then in grade 11, high school students take ACT. For around the last 4 or 5 years, AASA reading data was largely stagnant and began an uptick last year, which we hope continues. We will find out in a few weeks. Schools have introduced new positions and new initiatives at board direction to try and really improve that early literacy base. But obviously, it takes time for that to come through into the results as students do not start taking state assessments until they're in 3rd grade. ACT proficiency in reading has improved in 4 of the last 5 years at our outstanding Peoria Unified High Schools, and we again hope that this continues. In terms of the smaller adoptions, in terms of Peoria Traditional and preschool, we're going to end up recommending continued use of their materials. Peoria Unified has several signature programs. Preschool and Peoria Traditional are one of those, and I'm going to look back to some of the program evaluations that we did related to Peoria Traditional School and preschool. Peoria Traditional School students who remain enrolled in Peoria Traditional School outperform their peers at similar school. And when I say peers, remember, it's students with similar levels of data coming in. But a lot of their programs are heavily reliant on a continued enrollment all of the way through. Peoria Traditional has a very consistent population in a way that a lot of our other elementary schools do not, and we definitely want to carry on that consistency. For preschool, research data in general with regards to preschool tends to show that students who attend preschool maintain a pretty strong competitive advantage through the end of about 2nd grade. I know that our Peoria Unified program for preschool is exceptional because in the data we looked at, we went back as far as we could kind of in the computerized data age, and we found that our students who had attended Peoria Unified preschool kept that advantage past the end of 3rd grade and into 4th grade, and we will find out as those students become 5th graders whether it continues to keep that competitive advantage. So from my point of view, in terms of the smaller programs, I would not see any reason to change those programs that are being incredibly effective. And for the rest of our programs, obviously, with the Mauer situation that Ms. Piazza alluded to, or well, didn't allude to, outright stated earlier, we're in a position where we need to move forward with an adoption. And that's it. So like I said, you did not get 20 pages of charts. You got a very quick overview of why we need it and why we're in the position to do that. And at this point, I will pass it back over to Ms. Piazza.
So to reiterate, the strategies that we've put in place through our early learning literacy interventionist and our intermediate literacy co-teacher, we can maybe infer early on that is making an impact on the data in a positive way. Our strategies are working with more time and more of them in place. We expect greater success. So moving forward to textbook selection in Arizona, policy 5-207 ensures that the selection and adoption of textbooks supplementary and core instructional materials follow a transparent and consistent process aligned with Arizona law and expectations. In accordance to ARS 15721 and 15722, materials must support instructional quality, align to standards, and be formally approved by the governing board. The open meeting law, ARS 38-431.01, requires all review, discussion, and adoption actions occur in the publicly noticed meeting, reinforcing transparency, community trust, and legal compliance. We did do that with every single one of our sessions. So let's talk a little bit about the process. The adoption process begins with releasing a request for materials, forming the textbook selection committees, and preparing materials for the 60-day public feedback review window. Committees evaluated materials through the structured gateway review process using established rubrics to assess standards alignment, instructional quality, teacher and learner supports, accessibility and technology, along with vendor demonstrations and public input. Findings come together in the committee recommendation to the superintendent, which is then brought to the governing board for consideration and approval to the textbook adoption. Thank you to the committee members, their administrators, colleagues, and the behind-the-scenes support staff whose dedication, support, and collective effort made the spring textbook selection committee process possible. We did set a new record with 52 individuals to represent, again, every learner and every educator here in Peoria Unified. Together, the representative communities reflected every learner, grade level, role, school, as well as family and community perspective, dedicated a lot of hours to this work, more than 5,300 hours in total, selecting the best English language arts resources for Peoria Unified students pre-K through 12. So you've seen the slide in past, this type of structure. This is one way to honor and elevate and acknowledge the expertise of the individuals that sat on these committees. In front of you is the 912 committee with the key. You'll note at the bottom what each of these icons represent, and you'll note that the numbers in the circles are the grade levels that they have taken part in to teach. Every single one of these individuals are teaching at a current school, and their previous schools collectively between the two committees represented every school in Peoria Unified. 912 committee that are here with us today, if you could please stand, we would like to thank you. And thank you again to their sites. They spent 8 days out of the classroom to do this work because they understood that the weight that this carries in making the decision, not only for the students in front of them today, but also for tomorrow and the next 2 years, carried a heavy mantle, and they took it up with a charge and pride. This slide, as you can tell, is second, a little out of order, simply because there's so many on there, we could not put the key on there. This is our pre-kindergarten, preschool through 8th grade team members. If you could please take a moment to stand, we would like to thank you. We also had experts in the room that I won't make them stand because they will make me pay later for it, but we are so extremely grateful for them to be able to address questions at the time from the committee and provide direction to us. If you note, again, very well versed, our community members who have served with us in the past, the new community members, thank you so much. The pre-K-8 committee spent 9 days out of the classroom, and one day somebody was super mean and kept them from 7:30 to 4:30 and through lunch. That person shall remain unnamed. So the final step in the process are the recommendations, from the recommendation to the superintendent and onto the governing board for consideration. So let's get into those recommendations. The pre-K through 8th grade selection committee recommends Amplify CKLA for K5 and Amplify ELA 6-8, including Cactus 7-8, with an almost unanimous roll call vote of 29-1. We did have 2 members absent. The textbook selection committee felt the program demonstrates strong alignment to Arizona English Language Arts standards through a clear scope and sequence, with standards explicitly identified in each lesson and reinforced through spiral review across units. It also integrates cross-curricular connections in science and social studies and holds Move On When Reading green status as an approved core vetted program. As part of the Gateway review process, then through public feedback, it was found by the committee that Amplify CKLA and ELA emphasize students' development of literacy skills and concepts across grade levels, explicit and systematic phonics, daily embedded foundational skills, decodable texts, and intentional vocabulary and background knowledge building. Educators on the committee also noted, and through public feedback, a strong kindergarten implementation, highly effective pre-writing instruction, multi-sensory engagement, and strong Tier 1 core instruction, and embedded differentiation that supports every learner. Additionally, the textbook selection committee and public feedback positively noted the vertical alignment of knowledge units intentionally develop vocabulary and background knowledge over time, progressing from explicit foundational instruction to engaging novel studies that foster analytical skills and a love of reading in the upper elementary. While adoption represents a meaningful instructional shift requiring intentional planning and preparation, it offers a comprehensive, coherent system designed to ensure all students become proficient, confident readers and writers. Educators highlighted the novel style, high-interest readers, and novels as engaging, appropriately challenging, and rich in content knowledge. Visual supports in primary grades and classic and content-rich texts and flexible customization options were noted as key factors that increased the motivation of students and teachers and supported every learner. As a note, we have been in contact with all vendors that are being recommended tonight regarding customization, and every vendor recommended for consideration is able to provide customization to Peoria Unified. Specific feedback consistently highlighted strong alignment to the science of reading, which is part of Move On When Reading, with a particularly effective and well-loved phonics component that meets the needs of K-3 learners. This was a must by the committee, especially with the success that we have had with Foundations. They were not going to settle for anything less than comparable or better to Foundations as part of a comprehensive approval. Reviewers praised the rich, engaging literature, clear standards alignment, scope and sequence, cross-curricular connections, and high level of rigor compared to other programs. Educators also valued the robust and instructional professional supports, noting the curriculum provides the exact kind of systematic, comprehensive instruction that early readers need. Phonics was a standout in the primary grades. The connection to social studies and science, and the emphasis on core knowledge text was also noted in the feedback. And with that, Ms. Jennifer Lime will take us through the recommendation for Peoria Traditional for K-8.
Thank you, Ms. Piazza. Good evening, President Toby. President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, Dr. Summers, Dr. LaDucer, Cabinet, and guests. As Ms. Piazza shared, I am Jennifer Lime, and I am the proud principal of Peoria Traditional. And I am excited to be here tonight and share what it is that we do at Peoria Traditional and why we are requesting to continue our use of wit and wisdom, geodes, and adding in foundations. So before we get started, I want to give you a little bit of background on Peoria Traditional School. Let's see if I can get this to work here. There we go. We were established in 2011, and from the beginning, we had a strong focus on classical, traditional instructional model. So we are a lot of paper and pencil. We are not a lot of computers. We have a focus on rigorous academics, and we have a strong emphasis on our literacy foundations. PTS has had a connection with Wit and Wisdom from 2018 to 2019 when we were able to pilot in one of our 5th grade classrooms. And from that time, we have continued to roll it out amongst all of our grade levels from kindergarten through 8th grade. With this thoughtful rollout, we were able to build consistency and a strong instructional practices across our entire school. Since that time, we've continued to refine our instruction and have seen incredible success in both student achievement and instructional consistency across grade levels. Currently, Wit and Wisdom and Geodes are both by great minds. They serve as the foundation for our English language arts instruction. They provide rich, knowledge-based learning experiences for all of our students. To further strengthen our early literacy, we would like to implement Foundations by Wilson in kindergarten through 5th grade. Pending board approval, the PTS members of the Textbook Selection Committee will reconvene to review Foundations for grades 4 and 5. As the full scope of materials was not available for review this past spring, the members will review the complete materials, and then they will be available for public review for 60 days. I'd like to get into a little bit of why do our community and why do our staff like Wit and Wisdom? What do we have that makes us PTS? Our staff provided that they appreciated the increased stamina amongst students. They appreciated that lessons are in authentic literature. They appreciated the arts integration. One parent shared that they appreciated the fact that their child has been exposed to new genres of literature that they may not have chosen on their own. So getting those books into hands, if that's not what the goal is here, I don't know what we're doing. So why Wit and Wisdom? Why Wit and Wisdom for Peoria Traditional? Let me tell you. Wit and Wisdom has a strong alignment to classic and traditional instruction. Like I said, that means that we're designed to be a paper-based with an offline approach. Wit and Wisdom does that for us. Wit and Wisdom uses award-winning trade books. We've got books in kids' hands. We've got kids coming home. They're sharing the stories they're reading with their parents and their neighbors. We're excited about it. They're excited to go on to that next chapter. Wit and Wisdom with Geodes and Foundations is a Mauer-approved program. It is a core vetted program, which is what we need. We need that at PTS. We have worked with the publisher. We've worked with Wit and Wisdom to talk about some of those customization pieces. We want to align with the district's expectations of learning and teaching. So we have worked with them. They've been wonderful to work with. We've met with them several times. One thing that I'm excited to share, and I'm proud to share, is that the entire textbook selection committee, it was a unanimous vote for us to continue with Wit and Wisdom's Geodes and adding in Foundations. I would not be doing the justice for Peoria Traditional School if I didn't talk a little bit about our data. I'm not going to stand here too long and brag a little bit about our students and our staff, but using Wit and Wisdom, Peoria Traditional School has experienced success over several years, but over the last 5 years using our ASA data, we have continually ranked in the top 20 schools in Arizona. And this last spring, I am excited to share with you that the students at Peoria Traditional were ranked 12th in the state for proficiency and growth. If that doesn't say something, I don't know what else to say here. So I'd like to welcome back Ms. Piazza so that we can share a little bit about some of the other curriculums that might have been considered.
So as we move into that, it's important to note that both Amplify as well as Wit and Wisdom, the base foundation of that is core knowledge. What Amplify, the committee felt, is dynamic enough to meet the needs of every learner in Peoria, and Wit and Wisdom meets the needs of Peoria traditional structure. So the basis of both those programs is the same. So a question that's come up as part of our committee work and through the community that we would like to address is in regards to Spalding. So why not Spalding? We know that there is a history in Peoria Unified of Spalding. We moved away from it a few decades ago because it just didn't, it wasn't in alignment from a state perspective. And so let's move into, as we reviewed it now, because it is considered core, vetted by the state. So number one, there is a concern with the cost. Estimated costs for Spalding alone are $4.5 million. Spalding is a spelling and a phonics program. To build out the comprehensive would mean additional pieces would be purchased. That would put us upwards around $10 million alone for that K-5, K-6 grade band. We would not have availability in the 26-27 school year, so that would jeopardize and compromise us with Move On When Reading, as it would take time to build out a comprehensive resource. That includes phonemic awareness, that includes fluency, reading, writing, and vocabulary. Trade books would need to be identified, and lessons would need to be developed. Additionally, we would have to look at the supports in place. As Peoria Unified is not a textbook company, we don't have the tools and the resources available to us to create the accessibility standpoints, the extensions, the reteach moments, the support documents and activities that students would need to engage in, as those would all have to be built. Additionally, the requirements for training are 45 hours per individual. As part of the release, request for materials, when we release that, it's that year one implementation is included. Every vendor has the ability to interpret that slightly differently, and for Spalding, they chose to interpret that from the lens of online pre-recorded videos. In Peoria Unified, we find it successful to have a blend and to really anchor into in-person trainings. For us to move forward with in-person trainings, that would be around $300,000 for year one, as you have to look down to a site level, and it adds up with associated travel and additional expenses. Additionally, while we do have the move towards Cactus 7-8, traditionally our grade bands are K5, K8, 9-12. This would put us at a K6 split, as Spalding is not a K8, so we would still have to address 7th and 8th grade. Additionally, Jennifer Lime will share, it's going to shortchange it, probably should not do that in front of the board, but Ms. Lime will share a little bit more.
All right. So as many of you know, currently Spalding is used at Peoria Traditional. The feedback was overwhelming from the committee, not just the members that are not PTS teachers, but also the PTS teachers themselves. The feedback was overwhelming that they did not feel that it was strong and it lacked support for every learner. Not only was the feedback not super positive of what we had, we're not going to be in compliance with the state. Right now we have Wit and Wisdom and Geodes and we have Spalding. They are both vetted programs. So Spalding is a vetted program through Move On When Reading. Wit and Wisdom, Geodes, and Foundation is a vetted program. We cannot have two together. Currently, we have Wit and Wisdom and Geodes. We have Spalding. They don't talk to each other. They don't pair well. So when we're trying to teach our children those early literacy skills, they don't have the skills to go together. With Wit and Wisdom and Foundations, Geodes pulls the two together. So it's a cohesive program that we would use to support our students.
So as, again, one final note, the state will not recognize two approved core vetted. The district and each individual site must select one. And with that, I move on to 912. So we're a little fast there. The committee's recommendation for our grades 9 through 12 is continued use with the latest edition of My Perspectives by Savas. The committee unanimously selected My Perspectives. The textbook selection committee, along with feedback, identified that the curriculum demonstrates a strong academic rigor through clear and spiral-based alignment to state standards, with the reading, writing, and listening and speaking integrated throughout the instruction. It also supports differentiation at a scale with leveled text, embedded remediation and enrichment, and targeted supports for every learner and accessibility resources. The textbook selection committee members, through the gateway process, along with public feedback, found the curriculum is student-centered and flexible, featuring updated, visually engaging materials from our current edition, and that materials that were outdated with texts and were removed, and there was an increase in student interest text. It offers multiple learning pathways through consumable and digital options, supports whole group, small group, and independent learning and instruction, and includes adaptable grammar, craft, and structure lessons to meet various classroom needs. This committee knows what My Perspective currently has, knew the gaps, and was not going to identify a resource that did not address what is currently missing. Feedback received, highlighted outdated texts were replaced with engaging standards-aligned selections that motivate students to read, and increased instructional rigor. Feedback also emphasized strong alignment, leveled text, and embedded resources that support every learner and a student-centered learning experience. Furthermore, the Textbook Selection Committee recommends the textbooks by Bedford, Freeman, and Worth that you see here: Foundations of Language and Literature, Advanced Language and Literature, Literature and Composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course, and the Language of Composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course. Will be recommended as a supplement to support the English Language Arts pre-advanced placement and advanced placement courses. Textbook Selection Committee members expressed proposed resources intentionally designed to support these type of programs of AP, enabling teachers at all experience levels to deliver rigorous college-level instructional successfully. Adopting Bedford, Freeman, and Worth textbooks would address a long-time gap in Peoria Unified by providing customizable, high-quality materials that build college and career readiness skills while expanding opportunities for students to earn college credit. English Language Arts is one area we do not currently have AP textbooks for. Feedback given emphasized that the curriculum would provide, for the first time ever, a complete and supportive set of resources to help teachers effectively teach AP English, confidently prepare students for that AP exam. Educators valued the built-in supports and coaching, noting that AP-specific materials would benefit both teachers and learners, especially those teachers new to AP, and the students by strengthening the readiness and success. And with that, Ms. Ashley Worrell will lead us through the Textbook Selection Committee for our preschool.
Good evening, President Toby, Clerk Proudfit, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. My name is Ashley Worrell, and I'm the Executive Director of Community Education, and I have the privilege of supporting the preschool program. I would like to start by just giving an overview of what preschool looks like in Peoria Unified. We currently have two types of classrooms: developmental preschool, which is a special education classroom, and community preschool, which is a general education classroom. In total, we have 40 classrooms with approximately 761 students on 15 different campuses. One thing that is unique about our classrooms is that we have certified teachers in every classroom, totaling in 43 certified teachers and approximately 61 instructional assistants. In preschool, we follow state standards known as the Arizona Early Learning Standards, which are the foundation leading into the kindergarten standards. Since 2016, we have used the creative curriculum supported by Teaching Strategies Gold as our core curriculum. In preschool, we follow a similar process to building principles by establishing program-level goals. These goals are aligned with the superintendent's priorities, and teachers, in turn, align their student learning objectives to support the shared goals. This year, we have 3 academic goals. They are that by the end of the school year, all students will demonstrate measurable growth in the area of attends and engages, in their ability to problem solve, and their ability to use and appreciate books and other text. This year, teachers have made strong efforts to focus on current teaching practices, implementing best practices in early childhood instruction, and analyze our student growth data. They have actively participated in professional development and collaborative team meetings. In addition, preschool administrators have taken a strategic approach to classroom observation and feedback cycles. As a result of this work and direct feedback from teachers, we have identified several key instructional needs. Currently, we lack sufficient language and literacy resources for teachers, which has led to inconsistencies in the instruction of foundational skills like phonics, handwriting, and phonological awareness. Additionally, teachers have expressed the need for increased support in language and literacy instruction. It is critical that our preschool instruction aligns with our kindergarten expectations so that students are well prepared for future learning. And finally, we need 2 additional things from our curriculum. Our curriculum must be appropriate for children aged birth to 5 because our students demonstrate a wide range of developmental levels. Second, we need a comprehensive curriculum. In preschool, learning is not divided into separate subjects, but instead, the standards and skills are taught in an integrated and sequential way. The Adoption Committee voted unanimously to recommend creative curriculum by Teaching Strategies as the preschool curriculum. We know how important it is to hear directly from teachers and the community, and so what did they have to say about creative curriculum? During the adoption process, we had several preschool teachers and many more provided feedback online. Some of the feedback they provided is that the curriculum aligns with the early learning standards, it provides opportunities for differentiation for all learners, and it has an enhanced literacy component. The most significant benefit identified by the committee was an updated version. The updated version of creative curriculum includes Kickstart Literacy, a component that is not currently available in our current version. This addition addresses many of our identified instructional needs by providing teachers with enhanced literacy resources and explicit guidance in teaching phonics and phonological awareness instruction. These improvements will help close gaps in our current implementation of creative curriculum and promote greater consistency across our classrooms. The committee identified many additional benefits of creative curriculum. Creative curriculum and Teaching Strategies Gold provide comprehensive reports that can be effectively shared with families. These reports highlight each child's current abilities and next steps to support their individualized development. It is also important to note that there are no digital components for students. While teachers have digital access to curriculum, student learning is intentionally centered on hands-on, real-life materials and experiences. Additionally, the assessment tool connects directly to lesson planning, which supports teachers in designing small group instruction and differentiating learning to meet individual student needs. And with that, I turn it back to Ms. Piazza.
Thank you. As previously shared and seen and comprehensively, here are the textbook selection committee recommendations for new English language arts textbooks. Prior to forwarding the recommendation onto the superintendent, the process began to ensure vendors would and could adhere to the DEI attestations provided last December. Prior to submitting materials for review, vendors had to submit an attestation in adherence to the Governing Board Policy 1-204, Prohibition of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Following the final meetings of the Textbook Selection Committee, members of the Textbook Selection Committee, along with learning and teaching staff, began a sophisticated page-by-page review. We were looking at everything. During that time, conversations with our new vendors, new potential vendors, began to determine the capability and capacity for customization. Every vendor has committed to customizations to ensure that Peoria Unified educators and learners have access to content that is aligned with Governing Board Policy 1-204, as well as our vision, mission, values, and what is expected in a quality learning environment for our learners. So we would like to express our appreciation to those vendors that we are building relationships with. And at this time, I turn it over to Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Clerk Toby, board members. So now we talk about the numbers. So this is all wonderful, and thank you to all of our committee members and all the staff that did the tremendous heavy lift on evaluating all of this material. It was a lot. I think you all walked through our lobbies several times and saw all the different materials that they reviewed. So appreciate all that hard work. The numbers are big. This is a big lift. This is important work, though. I think that investing in our textbooks is probably one of the most important things we do and how we invest on our money, second to paying our wonderful staff. So as we see, there's a breakdown. You saw several different options and different levels of learning that we're going to fund. So as we walk through, there's pre-K, there's the Amplify for the K-5, there's an Amplify for the 6-8, the traditional school curriculum, the 9-12 curriculum, and then the supplemental. So the big cost, of course, is the K-5. And that is where we really have a great need at the moment based on what the requirements are from the Department of Education. So last year when you were presented the budget to approve for this year, there was money set aside for this adoption, $6.1 million. So when we look at what that would cover, that the K-5 can be covered with this year's funds. With a little, there's some others as well that we can include in that with the $6 million. So what I am also proposing, because we're not doing any other adoption next year, so you have a 27, are we? No. Okay. Sherry, you told me no. You told me no, we weren't due. Okay, please, thank you. So what I am proposing with the information this evening and looking at all of the resources is to propose that we allocate FY27 budget as well to this. So you'll see we'll have conversation here later in the meeting about what does the implementation steps look like, but I just want to give the board some assurances that if we have $6 million set aside, you saw we have carryover going into next year as well. I believe that asking you this evening to look forward to the 27 budget when we bring that to you in June, the end of June, that this be part of that budget plan. Ms. Piazzi. Or, I'm sorry. Do we want to?
No, you're good. We have several public comments on this one, so we're going to go through public comment. Again, if you commented or filled out a card for 11.1 through 11.6, we're going to do this all together now under this line item. So you have up to 3 minutes. The first public comment is going to be from Emily Bryan. Just tell me your name, sir. We'll get it going.
I can share. I do that very well. So, good evening, President Toby, board members, and Dr. Summers. I urge you to vote yes on tonight's curriculum decision. Teachers are winding down for the year, and having them go into summer without a plan for curriculum causes anxiety and undue stress. Teachers are planners and doers, and they are already wanting to prepare for their first unit of instruction. Our school had several teachers spend hours at the district office reviewing the resources being considered for adoption, and they weren't even part of the textbook committee. So the textbook committee, selection committee, spent hours reading, researching, and evaluating the resources, and we should honor their commitment, expertise, and their selection. A no vote or a delay in a decision means that we will be starting the school year without a plan in place for educating and growing our students. Morale is already low after the override not passing, schools closing, teachers being rifted, and going into summer without a definitive knowledge of the resources teachers will be using is going to add to that declining morale. Today, when our math consumables arrived, we're not only shocked, trust me, I kind of freaked out a little bit because I didn't know where I was going to put those, but because we tend to get curriculum a couple weeks before school starts, and sometimes we get them a couple weeks after school starts. So we were thrilled knowing that we at least had math curriculum to go. We weren't going to be behind the 8 ball with that, so I urge you to make sure we are not behind the 8 ball with ELA coming out. So a yes vote tonight is one way to show our teachers that they are valued and supported. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next comments come from Corky Haynes, followed by Teddy Todd.
President Toby, Clerk Becky Proudfit, and Dr. Summers, and the board. I've had the pleasure to be on several curriculum adoptions in this district. And after each one, I say never again, because it really is a brain drain. But I guess it's like having a baby. You quickly forget, right? And then you're right back on it again. But I have to say, just as a community member, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with all of you. And I especially appreciate Sherry and your wit and your humor when it helps to get us through some long days sometimes. I was the one no vote on the not having Spalding. I think Spalding and Wit and Wisdoms are the gold standard. So I fought and fought, but I didn't. I was outvoted by 29 others, I think. However, and I still think it's the gold standard. I did have Amplify as my second choice, partly because it's based on core knowledge. And that was important also to me. Haven't seen, and I need to clarify, because I think they didn't have the phonics portion ready, so is that still going to be reviewed? Or is that changed? Okay, I'll come back. But that is my one concern. I want to compare and see core knowledge, their phonics program, how it compares to Spalding. But Amplify would have been my second choice. And I just want to thank everybody again, and I'm glad to hear no more for a long time. By then, I'll be way too old to serve on any more committees. But thank you. Thank all of you. It kept my mind sharp for as long as I think I can keep it sharp. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment is Teddy Todd, followed by Jen C.
Good evening, President Toby and Clerk Broadfit and board members and cabinet and community here and everybody up there flying around. I just wanted to say we had, I think, 31 members that were meeting in this last textbook round, and I think this was my number 5 textbook. As Corky says, it's time for me to retire from this. But I wanted to say, this is the most important textbook one we've ever done. This is the core for all the rest of our books and curriculum. We've got to read and we've got to write and critically think, or we don't get through any of the rest of them. And our data is not going to grow without what we're doing tonight. This is absolutely critical. We also know in terms of research that the more we have technology in the lower grades, the lower the data for proficiencies. We have got to get back to, and we have, working with our teachers, the teachers working with the kids, and the kids working with the kids. That interaction of people to people and paper to paper and novels to novels and classical literature is critical. This is my one concern. But it is, Amplify was the best we could come up with. Textbook companies are a mess. They have not caught up with us, and they aren't going to for the next probably 5 years. But the most important thing, I'm looking at this, is our schools are all each a little different. Every classroom we have is a little different. Every year we get a fourth grade. That fourth grade's different than the fourth grade we had the year before. I would like to see that we have choice somewhat within our schools. I know the traditional schools has a piece. Everybody else has another piece. And we've got signature schools. We've got others. Principals are critical in seeing what's needed in their building. The teachers under those principals are critical in knowing what needs to be in that building. And it's going to change. COVID's gone. Those kids are older. They're still going to need something different at those grades than the ones coming up behind them who will have all this knowledge that we're going to get. So please look at this in terms of how do we do this for the next 6 years, but can we have a little bit of, I don't know what to call it, a little bit more choice in what buildings and staff can recognize that they need. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next one is Jen C., followed by Julie Johnson.
Good evening again, everybody. I'm so excited to talk about curriculum. I started my career in the ATA program, and so I was in my reading endorsement class learning about science of reading and all the good stuff while I was learning and lesson planning to benchmark and foundations. And there's this really distinct difference between the two. Foundations follows this systematic pattern that spirals back through as each letter is introduced, and it's really exciting, and kids get excited, and within days or weeks they're actually reading words and then writing words, and it's really cool. And benchmark didn't follow that. It followed some old school practices, and we're at the situation where they can't get their efficacy studies passed by ADE, right? My team and I came down one Wednesday afternoon, and we spent hours looking at the programs. I have to start by saying SAVIS is pretty much benchmark. It's predictive text. It's all the things that they say in our classes that the reading endorsement certificate that all of us have to get by, is it 2028, says not to do. And the SAVIS curriculum for K-8, like, it does not follow science of reading. I love foundations, but I have to tell you, I got a little excited when I saw Amplify CKLA because it has beginning writing strokes. I have to explain something to you. Our kids are coming into the classroom and doing this to books. They're swiping. When kids are reading on their tablets, the tablet adjusts for their eyes. And so we're seeing more and more kids with tracking issues or something called lock eye. And so they have a hard time not only tracking to read the words and to be able to apply the phonemic awareness and the phonological awareness and all the things, but then they can't write. And so Amplify starting the year off with beginning writing strokes and helping them with that tracking. As a kindergarten teacher, I'm so excited. I'm like, this is awesome. But then I started asking other teachers that have been in the profession for a long time, like, what do you think? And I ran into two that said their districts use this for their gifted program. Like, this is going to increase the rigor and the challenge for our students while still being systematic in the approach of just a few letters at a time, spiraling those rules. I know somebody brought up Spalding. Spalding teaches all the rules up front, and I get that. It's really expensive. I was planning to come back up and thought I'd have another 3 minutes, but it's not cost effective with our override. Long story short, we don't have time to get people trained, but Amplify is like the best of all the worlds. And so thank you to the committee. Thank you for this recommendation. Our team is really excited about it, and we spread the word with first and second and said, look at these, the codables are awesome. I can't give a greater recommendation than please vote for Amplify.
Thank you for your comment. Julie Johnson.
Hello. President Toby and the 4 members. My name is Julie Johnson. My family moved here 8 years ago to Estancia. My daughter is a 2nd grader over at Estancia. And I want to explain the importance of African American culture and history in public education. Teaching African American history and literature helps students develop empathy. It also creates critical thinking and respect for diversity. It gives children a more complete understanding of American history. And it reminds the Black history is not only about struggle, but about achievement, leadership, and resilience and joy. This matters deeply because I have a biracial child. Like my daughter and many other students in our community, representation, it matters. It definitely matters. These books, they matter. Earlier this year, my daughter came home from school after I work a 10-hour shift as a single mom. And my daughter said, I'm ugly because I am Black. Hearing those words devastated me because since she was a young child, I tried to emphasize how beautiful she was. She shared that another biracial student in her class was being bullied with racist comments, and it made her question her own worth. Although she was later moved to another classroom, which was done by me, the impact of those experiences have still remained. The community we deserve is one where students feel safe, families feel supported, and every child has the opportunity to learn their history, understand different cultures, and feel proud of who they are. Examples of that is this book that shows American history. It shows that students have the value and unite as Americans and encourage the next generation to embrace empathy, fairness, and respect, which is something I teach my daughter. I urge you to reconsider any decisions that choose an approach that truly supports all students and all families in our Peoria Pride School District. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I do have another comment under 11.1 for Teddy Todd. Ms. Todd, did you need to speak again? Would you like to? I shouldn't have asked that question, should I?
Okay.
I show that you have 2 more comment cards.
Okay.
Ma'am.
All right, 11.1, is this where we are now?
11.1, 11.2
Okay.
are what I show.
This is one on the pre-K. Wow, that's what I get for having taught 2-year-olds all the way through old people. What I wanted to share with you is in terms of the committee work with the 31 people. When we came to the pre-K, there was a divide in how does it connect with kindergarten? How do these parts fit together? And the committee really, really worked with all the different vendors that showed up with the pre-K materials. And there was only the one that was really working. And they really discussed it. In fact, if you could have been at those meetings and have heard the interaction and the questions, the critical questions that came out from those teachers, those coaches, those directors, those persons who are working with with their own students in terms of how to pick out these. This committee worked, I think, the hardest of all the textbook committees and was able to pull those together. And pre-K, was working with Kay to get the best match. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment again. Ms. Jennifer C., there's also another one for you. So I have one for you for 11.2, 11.3 if you'd like to.
I'll condense those together. So going back to what I was talking about, it's Maycember, right? So it's this crazy season, and in the classroom there's so much to do and we're evaluating kids, but it's also one of the best parts because in third quarter I sit down with each of my students and I have them read different passages so I can see where they're at in their reading success. And fourth quarter I do it again, and I get to see this growth. And I just have to express that how choosing a curriculum that's going to follow the science of reading that's being presented here in the systematic way that Amplify CKLA does versus that Spalding, it has caused a lot of growth. I have sat down and watched my kids exceed standards over and over and over. In fact, all but 3 exceeded their standard this year in my class. And they, when you tell them like, man, you just keep going. Let's read another passage. Let's read another passage. And I'm like, wow, look where you finished the year and look where you were last semester and look how long it took you last quarter and look how fast you did it this quarter. They get these big smiles on their face and they want to give you a high five and they want to keep reading. And I think that having a curriculum that is as engaging and for students as Amplify is another way to get them in. The consumables, the textbooks that are there are really kid-friendly, and that's not something that I could say about every program that we looked at. Second part, I have 5 kids in the district, and 2 of them are K-8, or 3 of them are K-8, sorry. Wit and Wisdom is used by another district in the valley, and the books that they are using for 4th graders are what our 6th graders are reading. Just let that second in. I am so excited for curriculum that is going to push our kids, that's going to challenge them. I'm so excited for our students to be able to read whole books and not just excerpts because it builds stamina. Our kids today are rapidly, like even their cartoon shows, they change, right? Every 10 seconds, they're changing their view. And so our kids don't know how to sit and read a book. And if we don't teach them in the classroom, we can't guarantee they will at home. I have kids that don't have books and I have to buy them for them every year. So we need to make sure that we as a district are providing the tools our kids need to be successful so that we can live up to the Peoria reputation that we have for academic success. So that's my request as a parent and as a teacher. And again, thank you all that sat on that committee. I know it's a lot of work. We appreciate you as staff and as parents. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment again. I'm not kidding. Teddy Todd for another 2. 11.3, 11.4.
I heard you. I'm doing what I did on the committee. Okay. I will just do several of these and you can stop calling on me. This is almost embarrassing. Okay. In looking at how these connect together, so many of the vendors would have certain grades in which they had really good materials and the next grade would be crap. This one particular company really did coordinate through and it makes a much better system. But here's my big concern. If I look down here at the other one I'm supposed to be speaking on here later, 11.3, the 6-8, I'm concerned. I did not see that Amplify was as rigorous at that grade level as I wanted. I see Great Minds as being really rigorous. That's why I mentioned even earlier that I would like to see there to be some choice in here as we go forward in these years with the students. Because the students in the lower grades, the lower grades, as they get these new materials, they're going to be at a different place in 6th and 8th grades when they get there. And I think we need to have some more rigor. And someone just mentioned one about there are kids in 4th grade that are reading what our kids are reading in 6th grade. Well, let's get this back and let's get it more rigorous. And the research is all showing, get the books back in the hands of the kids, not just the digital. It's got to be the books. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment again. So closing us out, Mr. Jack Becker.
Good evening, President Toby and the board. I had the privilege, and I mean the privilege, and I'm old, of serving on that language arts committee for the high school. Even though I was an elementary teacher, I worked at Glendale Community College. First of all, I want to thank Sherry over here. They made me feel as an equal from the first day I was there. I wasn't a community representative who was just going to sit there and listen. They said to me, we want to hear your comments. All of them. That is the most, and I don't know how many committees I've served on as an educator, but I can stand up here and I can say that was the most intelligent, brilliant group of teachers I have ever worked with. They were amazing. 8 days, 64 hours, and 30-minute lunch break. I mean, and she held the line. She held the line. Every teacher had the interests of their students in every lesson, no matter what their education background may be. Boy, has high school changed. Some of the lessons were pretty innovative. For example, we all remember Romeo and Juliet. How many times did we read Romeo and Juliet? How many times have our kids read Romeo and Juliet? One of the activities was to take a scene from Romeo and Juliet and rewrite it as a text message. Think about that. What that would involve as a high school student. Many stories were written about World War II. One activity was have the students go to a veteran's home and question the veterans who have served this country. You cannot tell me that that would not have an impact on students. Another one was have the students write a current resume, interview somebody in a chosen profession that they want to go into, and ask them, how does my resume look? How does my resume compare to the resume that you wrote in high school? And tell me how you became the successful person you are. We need to take this curriculum, we need to take it out of the buildings, especially the high school buildings, and we need to start relating it to the community that these kids want to be part of and the professional jobs they want to be part of. This language arts curriculum drives curriculum throughout the district. I don't care what you say. And it needs the priority of this board to see to it that it's passed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your public comment. That wraps up our public comments for 10.1. Board members, you might have to refresh your screens and log back in for voting capability. That concludes discussion items. Moving on to 11.1 action items. Consider the approval for pre-K English, language arts, curriculum, and adoption. So at this time, board members, on anything that we've go ahead and discussed, if you'd like to have any questions or comments of all of our staff. Mrs. Rooks?
Yes, thank you for the presentation that your team put together and all the volunteers on the committee. So I wanted to kind of go over, a couple weeks ago, we received an email from somebody who had been following your guys' meetings. They've been looking at the meeting minutes, and they were a bit concerned from the switch from Amplify from Savis. And so they mentioned that the Amplify CKLA had DEI and social justice guide. And so I looked it up, and it says that the guide for each grade details how the domains, K through 2 or units 3 through 5, align to outcomes identified in the teaching tolerance social justice standards. So I went to their website, and I definitely didn't like what I saw there. With regards to SAVIS, we did receive an email from SAVIS themselves, and a couple of key points is they said that they have already made a commitment. We've already done partnerships with them with our social studies textbook of requesting changes to both digital and print materials to support the board policy 1-204. So I just struggle with that, but then I also saw that they had SAVIS complete pre-K through 12th English language arts proposal would have resulted in savings of more than $2.6 million for the district. This came from the regional vice president for SAVIS Learning Company. So I think that that's kind of a struggle for me is cost savings wise, and then the partnerships that we've worked with them. I know you mentioned the Arizona Move On When Reading list. He said that additionally our K through 5 literacy program is currently listed as green on Arizona's Move On When Ready list and is successfully implemented in districts such as Dysart, ALA schools, and academies of math and science. So that kind of stands out to me, is the company that we've worked with on other things that they're willing to print textbooks, they're willing to online content, to follow the policy that we implemented when it comes to DEI. And so that's where I'm just struggling, but also the cost effect. They're saying that it would have saved $2.6 million. So those are, I don't know if you can touch on it a little bit, but that's kind of where my statement is on some of the things that I had concerns about.
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. In regards to the noted content that was supplied a couple of weeks ago in an email, that is to an edition that we did not review. And the attachment in regards to that social justice was done as a personalization for another district. That was their customization request. The edition we reviewed was edition number 3. That was edition number 2. So not the same materials. And Amplify did address that with us. They sent a follow-up email communication to us that says that is in fact different. That was in fact a customization. And they have been working with us on any customization requests that we may have in regards to content, just as what Wisdom is doing, just as SAVIS has done, just as Bedford, Freeman, and Worth has done. So in regards to that, the content that was identified in that email was not the content that we reviewed. So different editions.
Are they willing to, I guess, do what SAVIS did, which is textbook, digital print, and following our policy?
So yes, in their attestation, they addressed they would, and we have had probably about 3 or 4 conversations with Amplify in which they are committing to doing the customizations. We've met with them through the page-by-page return. We identified some of those areas that we would like under review, considered an alternate module or a lesson, and they have committed to that. As in regards to the cost, each committee submitted their RFM to us. So comprehensively put, I couldn't say what a cost savings would be for one company over another, just because one company wouldn't necessarily have access to the complete price list of another vendor. What I will say is in our initial review of finances, Amplify is extremely cost effective.
That's all the questions that I have. I just would like to see if SAVIS is saying that we're going to save money. I just have a concern about that. So, but I'll let President Toby go to the next person.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing, comments, questions?
Ms. Piazza, I don't know if you remember, there was an earlier question, I believe it was Ms. Corky Haynes asked that question and you were going to answer, and she said at the very end. So if you do remember that question, if you could be able to answer that, that was the only thing I was going to.
talk to. So Amplify does have their phonics and phonemic awareness built out completely. The foundations itself is rebuilding. They're 4th and 5th grade. That was what was not available in completion for review. And if we can't see the full scope to do a review, then we will do an additional return to grades 4 and 5. So I think it was probably, so 2 different products, but Amplify is built out completely.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had as I was looking at all of the different curriculum, would the Sunflower School, they have children there with all sorts of needs, and academically it's often hard to figure out what's going to be the right thing. So for those students, is this material, was that any part of consideration of how it can potentially help any of those students over at the Sunflower School?
We are committed to, thank you, Ms. Ewing, for that question. We are committed to every student, and so we would work with Mrs. Heiner and the Sunflower to see if the materials that presented through Amplify fit the needs, and then if not, what additional supports we can put in place specific to the learners at the Sunflower program.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, go ahead.
Yes, I would have liked to have seen, because we're making a decision tonight, the letter that they said they would take DEI out. I also would like to know, if you know, I heard someone, I don't remember who, say that we are now top 20 in Arizona, and then maybe that was last year, and this year we're 12th in the state. But what are we comparing to? What does that mean?
So the data referred to was referencing Peoria Traditional School for the last 7 years. Peoria Traditional in the Arizona Department of Education letter grade calculation has ranked in the top 20 of all elementary schools in the state of Arizona, of which there are a lot. And for the most recent year, for the purposes of this, we isolated it in terms of just proficiency and growth. There are a lot of things that go into the letter grade calculation, chronic absenteeism, growth in certain ways in terms of English language learners, etc. For this specific one, we dove into the Arizona Department of Education data from the previous year and just isolated academic growth and academic proficiency, specifically through an ELA lens. And Arizona Department of Education has all of this information is public, and we checked where that score would rank for Peoria Traditional for last year if we just looked at the academic side of it. Obviously, all of those other parts of this school, they also do fantastically well, but we wanted to specifically isolate those, and that is the ranked 12th in Arizona. So there were only 11 schools, 11 elementary schools in Arizona who demonstrated better growth and proficiency than Peoria Traditional last year.
And I'm assuming that you brought the best forward, right? So our traditional is probably one of the highest in our district.
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to? I guess let me ask this: where are we at for proficiency across our district?
In terms of
reading,
like on average, all schools. As a district, Peoria Unified comfortably outperforms state averages in reading at every grade level for every assessment.
But what does that mean? What percentage are they reading at? What in our district or statewide or anything to compare to?
I will tell you that off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage, but I know that in our lower grades in particular, grades 3 and 4, a lot of our schools routinely have over 60% of their students proficient on an assessment where statewide that number is closer to 45.
Okay, because I know that when I was campaigning, I think we were at 40. We heard a lot about, the pandemic, and we're past that. I am a huge fan, and maybe just because I haven't seen Amplify, and I respect the women that, the ones that I know that are veteran teachers and administrators and all that, but the data, no matter how you look at it, Spalding only takes a couple of years to teach a kid how to read. So, and someone said it, and they're right. If we can't get better at that, nothing else, everything stems from that. So I don't want to be the Debbie Downer, but I do want to say many times we see a shiny new penny, that comes through a district, we don't use it to fidelity, or we don't use it long enough for fidelity, and we don't have correct information or correct data. Is there any way to know if another district comparing to our district has used Amplify and how much they've increased their proficiency?
I can't, thank you, Mrs. Bowles. I can't speak specifically to our other districts because we would have to look at how long they've had Amplify. I know more districts have moved towards implementing that and approving it this year. Some of our neighboring districts have approved it as well. But we would have to do further research into that specifically to look at how long a district's used it and then what does their data show over time.
Any idea how long, if any districts in our state use it?
So thank you, Mrs. Bowles. The third edition is newer. So I don't know that there would be many years underneath the belt as this is a newer edition.
So I trust that you guys are teachers, and I know that you know all the ins and outs of your grade levels and what you need and standards, which are terrible to begin with. But I just have a hard time, making a decision with obviously a lot of money. I do trust your judgment. You have a gamut of people that are way qualified to do this. I don't know if we have the numbers. We're just kind of guessing. I mean, it might be exciting curriculum, it might have all these supplements, it might be this, it might be that. I don't have any numbers to go off of if it actually shows great gains, because we have to be at great gains right now, right? We have kids going into college that are not even proficient in some of the areas, and we're having to now pay a freshman in college, when in all reality, our taxpayer dollars should have already covered some subjects, and they're not proficient going into college. So that's a big concern to me. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm sure Amplify is amazing. I wish that we had more data.
Clerk Proudfoot?
First of all, I just want to say thank you to the team. I have pushed back so hard on this curriculum adoption. Obviously, I'm the big proponent of Spalding. Like Quirky, mainly because that's how my kids were taught to read. My kids go to PTS. So I feel like I have more clarity now from your presentation about the drawbacks of Spalding. That is an egregious amount of money above what Amplify would do. But I'm going to really oversimplify this, but essentially at PTS, we pretty much have a choice between Wit and Wisdom or Spalding is basically what it comes down to. Is that pretty much? Okay. And I will say Wit and Wisdom is incredible. It's really, really incredible. And I'm very, very pleased to hear that will be staying. My main concern with PTS is that because it does have that unique value proposition, want it to remain traditional, want to be really leaning into core knowledge. So as I was having conversations, and can I just say the three ladies back there, Charmel, Teddy, Corky, I don't know how we convince you to do this. I don't know who has paid you, because these ladies they're doing all this work, and I have popped in a few times, and man, that's an intense room full of a lot of educators. And so thank you for continuing to show up for our community. This is one adoption that we absolutely cannot get wrong, because it really does impact everything else. That being said, obviously Amplify is a newer product, so automatically I get skeptical about it. However, looking into it, from what I understand in the phonics program, it's a very similar methodology to Spalding. I think, thankfully, other companies are waking up to how effective that methodology is. And so lots of curriculum. So glad we don't have any next year. This both feels like we waited too long and we rushed at the same time, if that makes sense, because we're out of compliance in some areas, and also we've just had so many. All that to say, my request would be, maybe this is for you, Rich, to really track this data at PTS, specifically with foundations, to ensure that we're maintaining that rigor. And then in 9-12, I'm really interested to see the meaningful gains there, because I think we're going to have some really interesting data after this potentially is implemented.
Thank you, Clerk Bradford. I think one of the keys in education, and I think it kind of speaks to what Ms. Bowles was saying, is for a long time in education, we've kind of floated by what we feel works, and we're now moving in the digital age in terms of assessment and analysis. We now have access to so much more information about what is actually working with our students, and I think a lot of that is what has led to kind of the introduction of the Savas mathematics course and things like Amplify, as people are finding out, oh, it's research backed, this is what actually works. But at the end of the day, we have to find the thing that works for our students, and in my mind, the only way to do that is to follow through and analyze how do our students perform when using these materials? How do our teachers use these materials to push our students forward in terms of proficiency and beyond, right? It was mentioned earlier, the number of students we have that exceed proficiency is also very high. We need products that also push our students to those levels. And I think that the only way to find that out is to track and see how our students are actually performing and making sure that we're actually getting them to the level of proficiency that's required. Obviously, my current role for the next couple of weeks is program evaluator, and that's a large part of what I do, is to look at the programs that we use and make sure that they are being effective, because if they aren't effective, then we need to not be using them.
Right. So thank you guys so much for your work. I will say, and maybe this is more just like a heads up, I feel so strongly about pen to paper and what you're talking about with tracking books. You know, in our home, there are some requirements with reading, and again, I think Wit and Wisdom plays into that beautifully at PTS. I'm excited to see what Amplify brings, but I think particularly in K-6, just heads up, I'm going to be advocating as much as I can to get as much tech taken out. And so I want to ensure we're purchasing products that do not rely on that tech, because there is literally no study that shows benefit to tech-based. And I think largely the parents in our district want the same thing. We want to see our kids going back to handwriting and pen and paper and reading books.
Clerk Profit, as you can probably tell by the way I was kind of leaning towards the microphone, I've almost been waiting for that question. To put it in perspective, just from a personal anecdote, if you'll indulge me for just a second. Obviously, you met my daughter earlier. My son, who was not here because he went to his fencing class instead, it's all good. He, in second grade, as part of the Star Reader program in Peoria Unified, during second grade, my son read over 1,000 paper books. I am a huge proponent, through the research that I've done and the things that I've looked into, about particularly in the early grades, really leaning into that kind of the paper-based learning. Similar to you, my own children have things that they need to do to read. My daughter actually got in trouble at school for reading too much when she was supposed to be doing other things, and she would have a book under the table and be reading. But also along that lines, we did look at the usage data of the current kind of tech solutions that we have in the K-5 arena. And we can say that the usage level in that kind of K-5 reading area is comparatively extremely low. And that was one of the things that the committee looked at, is, are these things able to be used without the digital component, right? Is that a key part of it? Obviously, we need to maintain some level of digital component because our state tests are delivered digitally, and we need to make sure that at the very minimum, our students are prepared for that. But currently in our lower grades, technology use is not particularly widespread. It is available, but I think a lot of our teachers who are, you know, the trusted professionals in the field, choose to really lean into that pencil, paper, reading, etc. And I think we heard that a lot in the public comment earlier. So hopefully this will kind of continue that and put you at ease a little bit in that regard. Certainly as a parent in the district, I agree pretty strenuously.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I'm really, really excited. just to hear, you know, words about rigor. And I had a great conversation with Jen Kay where we were talking about, you know, the most rigorous process for the students. And, you know, the goal is really not about getting A's. It's about growing and learning and expanding your capacity to learn. And so providing our students that rigor, I firmly believe that providing rigor, kids surprise the heck out of you what they are capable of when they're identified as, no, you can do this, and what is possible. So thank you for your work, and thank you for having, I would say, the right, or I shouldn't say the right, but the focus that we've all talked about, and I can totally see that and feel that from every presentation that you have done. And I know you've had an insanely heavy lift this year, Sherry, so I hope you sleep really well tonight.
Yeah, great job to the whole team. Everybody that was on the textbook selection committee, thank you for your hours of dedication to this process. I agree, ELA is the pillar that's going to lift all the other boats. And this is something that I harped on, you know, as a candidate and as a board member now. Literacy is super important for the future of our students, and I want to make sure that we get the best product to be able to do that. I understand that curriculum is one thing and implementation is another. And, you know, whatever the recommendation is, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure it's going to be a good fit for our district. I just want to go back. I'm just going to go in order, rapid fire here. Should we not make a decision and we are at risk of losing Mauer funding? What kind of level is that? And I don't know if that's a question for you, Ms. Piazza or Mrs. Rodriguez, but.
So our early literacy specialists are funded from Move On When Reading. So the loss of that money would heavily impact our ability to provide that position to our sites.
Which, if I may, President Toby, is $1.5 million.
Okay, thank you for that. Speaking of implementation, what kind of, should this move forward, what are some of the next steps as far as ensuring implementation is properly rolled out, that we don't overly stress our teachers with the all of a sudden new curriculum, and then is this going to go through the next school year before implementation? What's your guys' thoughts on that?
K-5, thank you, President Toby. K-5 would be more of an immediate implementation. All grade levels would have opportunities for educators that would like to embrace learning the resources new in June and July to different methods of engagement, whether that be in person, whether we package it individually for different sections with asynchronous or virtual learning environments. Those would be available and built by the team. We would connect with our vendors that are approved. We would connect with them starting tomorrow and Monday. We've already kind of tentatively shared our expectations when it comes to professional development and setting the stage for successful implementation. We've had successful implementations. We've had not so successful implementations, and we've learned from both of those on what to feed forward. And then in back to school trainings, the dates and times that the district has available to provide supports to teachers would be dedicated to understanding in year one how a new resource works. What are those nuts and bolts and needs to know for the teacher and the students to be successful in navigating that resource. And then throughout the year, we would continue to touch, review, and add in new pieces, as well as provide ongoing collaboration opportunities. We did that this year with social studies, so we always backed up learning something, reviewing something with, okay, now let's have teachers plan together for an upcoming unit from an upcoming lesson. What does that look like in action? And then coming back the next time and being able to say what worked well, what do we need to consider? Ongoing teacher feedback to plan those next steps. That would be a year one implementation. With 6-8, we would look at doing a similar method, but we do have a little bit of a grace period. So kind of not easing up a little bit on 6-8, but also setting the stage for another successful implementation. We don't want to use and confuse two different approaches to learning, but have that availability to support our junior high teachers. From a 9-12 perspective, that is a familiar resource that is just updated to fill the gaps that the current resource doesn't have. So they don't need to learn how to navigate the platform. They don't need to learn how to navigate how the text reads and all the little side boxes. So a little bit of different approach for all of those, and then I will turn it over to my counterparts to discuss implementation for their resources.
Hi, thank you. It is a familiar resource for all of our teachers. It just has those added components that would help us with our implementation and provide those instructional practices that we have gaps. So it would be a relatively easy. We do have training that could be provided by Teaching Strategies Gold for those new resources, but it would be pretty seamless for preschool.
At Peoria Traditional, we currently use Wit and Wisdom. The curriculum that we're purchasing this time is the same curriculum that they already are using, so there wouldn't be any new implementation on that. We would just get the opportunity to work with a company to refine some of our instruction, but we would have to take on the lift of foundations, so that would come in the beginning of the school year if they would come out, teach our teachers how to instruct foundations and move on from there. But I don't think that it would be a huge heavy lift because the Wit and Wisdom is what they're familiar with. They've been using it for the last several years.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like K-5 is the priority, right? That's the number one. That's going to be the heaviest lift and the most professional development that we're going to have to engage in. Is that correct?
Thank you, President Toby. Our K-5 teachers would be on a year-long literacy pathway. We have some other literacy needs that the district needs to address with our K-5 teachers, and those both in the classroom and those that support in other educating roles. So our K-5 teachers will be on a literacy path for professional development throughout next year.
Great. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I do feel better knowing that there's going to be plenty of runway for our teachers to kind of digest, learn, and be able to share that with their students. The electronic resources available through Amplify, are those going to be flipped on right away for teachers to be able to utilize come August?
It would depend on the type of resource. So online access to a very similar nature to our existing resources. What does the teacher textbook look like? What are the add-on supports that are available to download in print? Yes. We are not, as Rich said, we do not rely heavily on technology to learn and teach. It is available. All of these resources are offline. From a K-5 perspective, all of our core content have consumables, so it ensures that students learn not online. And so similar in nature from a K-12 perspective is consumables on up. So they would be available, but it is not our main method of delivery.
Thank you. And then you shared that we've already been through this process of 1-204 policy compliance, like a page-by-page assessment like we did with SAVIS. Has that already been completed, is what you said?
It has been, thank you, President Toby. It has been completed for most. We are still ongoing, but what we wanted to do is identify any glaring, blaring concerns similar in nature to what we did with our social studies last year. We applied that similar method. So both with Wit and Wisdom as well as Amplify, we have had numerous conversations to, this is what we're identifying right now. What could customization look like? Here's the expectation of Peoria. Before we move this on for a recommendation to the governing board, was the commitment by these companies, both Wit and Wisdom and Amplify, that the customizations could happen.
Excellent. And then Wit and Wisdom, I had a question regarding the rigor. If there are other sections in other campuses or other schools, is this something, since we have it, we've purchased it, not that we're going to fully roll it out, but is it also available to other teachers and other sections whose might be a little bit more ahead?
I will tell you this, that the adoption or the use, I shouldn't say adoption, but the use of Wit and Wisdom from kindergarten to 8th grade, it was a big transition. It is comprehensive from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade, and a lot of the things that they're working on kindergarten, they're just building all the way through. That first year of implementation amongst all of our teachers was really, really hard because they didn't have the previous year and all the things they needed. If it was fidelity to the core, then that might possibly be something, but I think if we were kind of picking and choosing from different grade levels, I think that it would cause a lot of stress and chaos.
All right, thank you. And then also, as mentioned by one of our community members, from one curriculum to the next, as they are progressing through, we want to make sure that there's proper tie-in, that there's proper connection pieces there. When we're going through the different curriculums, the K-5 to 6-8, how does that look in relation to the concern that our community member raised?
When we took a page-by-page review, we did identify that Amplify ELA is quite rigorous. It was mentioned by Mr. Becker about Romeo and Juliet. One of the challenges that our teams will have to work together is that Romeo and Juliet is in our 8th grade text for Amplify. So you can kind of see that's just an example of a rigorous text being taught in a lower grade level. So we'll have to finesse some of that, but the rigor of Amplify as we delved and dived into it prior to recommending it to the governing board, we did identify that there is rigor.
Okay. Yeah, that's wrapped up the questions I have. Thank you for that. Any additional comments or questions from the board?
I just want to know if Teddy's going to come up and tell us what decision we should make.
While we're waiting for Ms. Ricks to get back, I just want to say, I didn't say this when it came to me, but thank you so much for all of the work you've done. Thank you to all of the committee members, all of the hours they've put, all the effort that they've put forward into really making sure that we have some really high quality materials in front of our kids. It's really so important, and it's important to, I think, all of us up here. So I just wanted to go ahead and say that. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to be on 11.1. We will wait for Ms. Ricks to get back. So if we just take a quick break, and then we will get on with the voting.
Sometimes they have guest speakers, they're practicing their public speaking skills, and so they are often even having the opportunity to go out and see what those industry leaders are doing. It wouldn't be uncommon for a student to be paired alongside a physician or even a surgeon taking part in what is observing a surgery that's taking place. Oftentimes they may be out at an engineering site actually looking at some of that civil engineering work that is being done by those engineering leaders. For anyone interested in the Met Professional Academy, the best place to start is our website. So you can check us out online, you can explore all the different strands and all the different opportunities here at the Met Professional Academy. You can also sign up to take a tour and learn more about how you can become a mentor to support some of the students who are going through the program.
Are you ready for your child to dive into learning? Peoria Unified's Excel Preschool is where big futures begin with our littlest learners. In a warm, caring environment led by certified teachers and dedicated instructional assistants, your child will learn, grow, and play. With highly rated preschool programs, you can trust that your child is receiving the best early education possible. Don't wait. Enroll today and dive into learning with Peoria Unified. Visit peoriaunified.org/preschool to learn more.
The CTE program has been extremely important for my development throughout high school. Without it, I wouldn't have found my passion for firefighting, and I'd probably still be kind of lost in terms of my future. And I'm just really grateful that I had this opportunity to find out what I really have a passion for and what I want to do in the future. All of our teachers are firefighters themselves, and they really care about building us up and building the future of the career through us. It just makes you feel like you matter, like you can make a difference.
One thing I discovered through the work-based learning program was I have to be flexible and work with the kids on their schedule, not just my own. That really sets me up for success, not just in my future classrooms in college, but in the real world too.
Through this program, I've learned a lot about Microsoft Excel, and the skills I've gained from that, I've been able to apply on the job, as well as in 2 weeks, I'm taking my Excel certification test, so it's really prepared me for that. I interned with them for about 4 months. Once the semester ended and my class finished, they asked if I wanted a job here. I really love working here because I'm not just getting high school level coursework, I'm really getting hands-on experience. When I finish college, I'll have 5 years of industry experience while my other peers might just be getting into it.
Other students should enroll in the CTE classes because they're just so much different than your ordinary classes. You know, you're not sitting behind a desk and taking notes. You're getting up, you're actually doing labs and stuff. When it comes to film, you know, every week you're going out, you're filming something new. You're just constantly up and doing things, and it's definitely different and more fun than like the regular class structure.
I got an internship here at Liberty Wildlife, and we're working on a VR simulation project that mimics the orphan care facility that they have here at Liberty Wildlife. I've been working with like a group of 4 students, and we've merged our skills together, and it really just drove my passion towards designing this VR simulation that we have today. I'm excited what the future holds for me, and I feel like this experience has helped me be hopeful that I could do great things in the future too.
My goal as a freshman was to have a consistent 4.0, but also have hands-on experience. And so that's where I took the construction classes. You know, I took those and then I got invited to the internship, and it's honestly been a blessing being able to do it. You know, and the job site behind me, some of that veneer I placed myself and I laid it myself. One thing, you know, I can recommend for CTE is the hands-on experience you can get, because most people learn by doing. You know, you can't just expect to be good at something. You've got to do it 30 times to even be good at it. But that hands-on experience is very important.
It's my world.
It's my future.
It's my plan.
I have a story to tell.
What if your child's future could be as bright as our Arizona sun? Discover Peoria Unified, where every student every day is prepared to shape tomorrow. Peoria Unified is more than just a school district. We are your community school district, where each child receives a high-quality education rooted in the values that our families share. Can you imagine an education tailored to your child's unique dreams and needs? We make it a reality. Secure your child's spot today at Peoria Unified.
Curriculum vote, if you could take your seats. Moving on to 11.1, consider the approval of the pre-K English Language Arts curriculum adoption. We've had discussion, a presentation, a public comment. At this point in time, we just need to go ahead and entertain a motion.
I move to approve the pre-K English Language Arts curriculum adoption to teaching strategies as presented.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit and a second by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, if you can cast your votes, please.
President Toby, I'm going to need a minute. My server has been lost.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. While you're working on that one, we'll go ahead and, Mrs. Cuthbert, would you run us through a voice vote for this one?
Ms. Bowles?
I'd like to explain my vote before I vote. I'm sorry, I did not hear the answer that President Toby asked the question to fully. If we waited on some of this, we would miss out on the amount of money that our CFO told us. Did I hear that correctly?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bowles. President Toby, we will not miss out on any money. All of the capital money carries over from year to year. So it would be, if we didn't spend it this year, it'll be carried over into next year.
Mrs. Bowles, were you talking about the Mauer funding?
Say that again?
Were you talking about the Mauer funding that I asked
Yes.
about?
I'm sorry, I should have clarified. Yes, if we're talking about the Mauer funding for the Move On When Reading funding that we get for our K-3 reading, yes, that will be a zero on our budget and we will lose that money.
However, I'm sorry to add one more layer to this. I don't believe that's true for the preschool curriculum specifically. So relative to this specific item, Mauer funding is not connected to anything outside of the K-3 grades. So for 11-1, Mauer funding does not apply.
Okay, all right.
Can I just seek clarification on this with the motion on the floor, on the Mauer? If I'm getting this correctly from the Regional Vice President of Savas Learning Company, he is stating that the K through 5 literacy program is currently listed as green on Arizona's Move On When Ready reading program. So do we know that? Is that what the Savas company shared?
Thank you, Mrs. Rooks. All materials reviewed had to be green vetted as part of textbook selection. So all of those were green.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Cuthbert, we do have a motion and a second on the table. If you could run us through the voice vote again.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Ricks?
I'd like to explain my vote. Again, I just think with the Savas Complete pre-K through 12th grade English language arts proposal would have resulted in savings of more than $2.6 million for the district and is listed as green on Arizona's Move On When Ready reading program. I think that this is not the right direction, so I'm going to vote no.
President Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with 4 yeas and 1 nay, motion passes. Moving on to 11.2, consider the approval for K-5 English Language Arts curriculum adoption. As stated previously, we've had a presentation by the team. We've had discussion and public comment. At this time, I need to entertain a motion.
I move to approve K-5 English Language Arts curriculum adoption to amplify core knowledge language arts as presented.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit and a second by Mrs. Ewing. Let's go ahead and try to cast your votes, board members. Mrs. Bowles, were you able to cast your vote? Mrs. Cuthbert, if you can just run through another voice vote, please. Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ricks?
No.
Four yeas and 1 nay, the motion passes. Moving on to 11.3, consider the approval for 6-8 English Language Arts curriculum adoption. Again, we've had a presentation, we've had discussion and public comment. We just need a motion at this time.
I will motion to approve 6 through 8 English Language Arts curriculum adoption to 6 through 8 Amplify ELA, and the Cactus Cluster 7 through 8 Amplify ELA as presented.
I will second. We have a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by myself. Board members, are you able to cast a vote? Yeah, Mrs. Cuthbert, let's go ahead and do a voice vote.
Mrs. Ricks?
No.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Abstain.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries 3 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. Moving on to 11.4, consider for approval for K-8 curriculum traditional, or Peoria Traditional School English Language Arts curriculum adoption. Again, we've had presentation, we've had discussion, public comment. We just need a motion at this time.
I move to approve English Language Arts curriculum adoption for Peoria Traditional School, kindergarten through 8th, to Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom, Geodes, and Foundations as presented.
I will second. Motion made by Clerk Proudfoot, seconded by myself and Mrs. Cuthbert. If we could do a voice vote on this one, please.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries, 5 yeas. Moving on to 11.5, consider the approval of the high school core English language arts curriculum adoption. We've had presentation, discussion, public comment. I just need a motion at this time.
I will move to approve high school core English language arts curriculum adoption for high school English 1, English 2, English 3, and English 4 to Savvis My Perspectives, in parentheses, Realize platform as presented.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing, a second by Clerk Proudfoot. If we can do a voice vote on this one too.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. We have 11.6, consider for the approval of the high school supplemental English language arts curriculum adoption. Again, thank you again for the presentation. We've had public comment and discussion. Just need a motion at this time.
I will move to approve the high school supplemental English language arts curriculum adoption for high school pre-advanced placement English 1 and English 1 honors to Bedford Freeman and Worth, BFW, Foundations of Language and Literature, 2nd edition, Achieve platform, for high school pre-advanced placement English 2 and English 2 honors to Bedford Freeman and Worth, BFW, Advanced Language and Literature, 3rd edition, Achieve platform for high school advanced placement literature and composition to Bedford Freeman and Worth, BFW, Literature and Composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course, 3rd edition, Achieve platform for high school advanced placement language and composition to Bedford Freeman and Worth, BFW, the language of composition, Essential Voices, Essential Skills for the AP course, 4th edition, achievement as presented.
Well done, Mrs. Ewing. I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, did you capture that motion? You need her to repeat it. We have a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by Clerk Proudfoot. If you can run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfoot?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you again to the staff and to all the members of the selection committee. We appreciate your time. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Ooh, good job. All right. Moving on to 11.7, consider for the approval of a purchasing rollout plan for the newly adopted curriculum. Deputy Superintendent, Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Toby, board members. So Sherry and I are going to team on this one because there's part of the process that I just wanted to share with you. Again, the purchasing rollout. I made a big commitment to our teachers when I first started here. I think everybody in this room thought I was crazy making that kind of a commitment, but very important that we're kind of late in the game, purchasing these materials. And working with Ms. Piazza to say, can the vendors get this materials to us? by the 1st of July. So our purchasing department, and I have Miss Linda Virgil here with us this evening. Say hi, Linda. And Linda is our executive director over our business services team. And the work that they've been doing has just been tremendous. You heard a teacher commenting that she's got her math books already in her classroom for next year. We were very excited that we're able to make those things happen. So we're going to make the best attempt we can to get the purchasing documents to the vendor as soon as possible, which we're hoping by the time you put all the data in and get that through the system by next Tuesday, Wednesday, so that they can start the work on getting the items delivered to us. So this is a big ask. We looked at this while we were giving you the information in the discussion item. So a couple of ways that we can make this happen is we can get this year's money right now committed, and we can get that $6 million, however much that will allow us to get shipped. And then come July 1st, we will get the second purchase order in. I think we can get the purchase order in before July 1st. Yes. And make sure that the vendor just knows we can't receive it before July 1st. So that's how the budget works. We won't be able to receive it. But doing the allocation and asking for the board, and we put this action on them just to have the conversation with the board because we are kind of pre-approving and authorizing a budget that you haven't formally approved yet. So we put this together for you to give us your feedback and then make a decision on whether you want us to go ahead and allocate that $4 million. You saw that there is some, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Piazza because there's different options how we can group this together and roll this out. Because it's not only just getting the materials, but it's also putting all the professional development together for our teachers. And that's a heavy lift, and that's a lot. And so I'm going to turn it over to you, Ms. Piazza, and let you go through the options that you've done.
Thank you. So when we initially were looking at this, we were looking at it also from a budgetary, what would be available now. And at a bare minimum, we know moving forward for compliance and expiration, a K-5. So if you see here, this is district-wide K-5, Cactus 7-8 as a new program to start a resource and then change as we're developing the way the program works would not be conducive with a startup. And then with PTS, again, to bring us into compliance. Consideration B is bringing PTS K-8 on board. Still keeps us within that initial year budget that we considered, as well as preschool. Again, these are finalizing existing adoptions, formalizing the process, ensuring the most latest and greatest, and moving us away from a year-to-year price changing approach. Consideration C would be bringing on the GAP resources for our AP courses and our pre-AP courses with Bedford, Freeman, and Worth. And then consideration D was SABIS. SABIS said that our year 7 would be year 1. So it's very important to note that the initial estimates of price was for a 5-year license because year 6 is year 7 is year 1, if that makes sense. And finally, bringing on Amplify. The reason why that is at the bottom of the list is we do have one more year with My Perspectives, but going with this option would ensure updated textbooks for every student from preschool through 12th grade. The other conversations that we did talk about before was next steps with beginning implementation. So just as we shared previously, we've had pre-meetings before we even brought the recommendation forward to the board, to the superintendent and then on to the board. We discussed options with them. We shared our goals and some of the things that worked for us in the past and some of those areas that we could have done better with. And then following governing board approval, we will set up meetings starting tomorrow and then Monday to really scope up that work. We have put a pin in some potential dates. We want to let them know ahead of time. When you train a district our size, there is the caveat of there's a lot of teachers. Additionally, we like to preview all professional development material to make sure it's in alignment with our expectations here as a district. So getting ahead of that. We will formalize year 1 implementation plans, including that opportunity over summer, June, July, and then August moving into the school year. So then what does that look like from a perspective of focus and goal over long term? With professional development, the number one driving factor is very similar, whether you are a 5-year-old, a 25-year-old, a 50-year-old, which is what is it that I need to know and be able to do for the next step? I have my long-term goal, I want a backwards plan, but what is it that I need to know and be able to do? So again, in summers, those early bird specials, those optional varied engagements with June and July. If you are attending professional development in June or July, there is a compensation piece in place there, as has been our historical practice. If we go back to school, that's the essentials for that ensures that every teacher is getting that training. And again, that's a lift on the part of working with the vendor alongside our internal staff to make sure. We do offset K-8 trainings from 9-12, so those trainings don't happen at the same time, so that the internal team is available to support both grade bands. Preschool and PTS would have their dedicated time as well. As you look into year one, again, what is it I need to know to be successful? Learning how to navigate the resource with students, varied engagement methods throughout the whole year, and ongoing collaboration opportunities for teachers who are living the life every day with this resource to plan ahead with that. And then you have to consider multi-year implementation. So implementation is just not a one-year plan. It's years 2 and years 3. So what is it as you layer on the year 2 needs to know, and then the year, like, these are all the pieces I didn't even know existed because of the depth and breadth of this resource we're going to hit in year 3. But being mindful that we have new educators that join us throughout that time. So how do I catch a new employee up to the learning space that our current who have had multiple years will be something of a goal of the district as well. And with that, we stand for questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Piazza. Comments, questions, Mrs. Rooks?
None at this time.
Mrs. Ewing?
Between all of the different options, I mean, for me, I just think, let's give them all new textbooks, let's get everybody on track, but what is the, other than just the budgetary impact, which is important, but what's the advantages of waiting to roll out the different things when you talked about the different considerations, the A through E?
From an implementation standpoint, science, math, and social studies were all K-12 purchases, so we've implemented those across those 13 grade levels with you're looking anywhere between 18 to 2,200 educators. We've done that lift before, so getting ahead of that. Is it a delayed implementation on some of the grade levels would just mean that we could have them learn the resources a little bit ahead of when they're learning to use them with the students. But we also want to be mindful of the considerations of, do teachers want to be bridging the gap between 2 resources at the same time? So we would be gathering educator insight and feedback on that before we firmly said that that was the method by which we wanted to go forward with. 6-8 would be that area of consideration. Again, K-5 we have to move forward with. We won't have anything available. 9-12 is an existing resource. Preschool is an existing resource, as well as PTS.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles?
I don't have any at this time, thanks.
Clerk Profit?
So I'm going to be honest, I don't feel super equipped to make this decision. So here's what I'm going to ask you. This is an area where you know a lot more than I do. So I'm sure the two of you, between Marcy and Sherry, have talked. What option are you recommending for us?
I think we can comfortably support the pre-K-12 move forward with all grade levels.
Okay, so we're talking option E, because that is my inclination, is if we're going to do this, let's do this. So I just wanted to confirm, Marcy, yes? Is that, I mean, but, okay. All right, that's all I need to know.
Okay, and I don't have any questions either. So at this point,
I will move to approve the purchasing rollout plan for the newly adopted curriculum as presented by consideration E.
I will second.
okay, we have a motion by Mrs. Ewing and a second by Clerk Proudfit. If you can run us through a voice vote on this one, Mrs. Cuthbert, please.
President Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to 11.8, consider the approval of the course fees, non-class fees, kids zone, and preschool fees for the 2026-2027 school year. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Well, thank you, President Toby, members of the board, cabinet, and community. I would just like to acknowledge the work that Ms. Linda Virgil has done on putting all of these fees together. It's quite a heavy lift, and she did a tremendous amount of research and due diligence to make sure that our fees are being competitive and fair to our families. So this evening, I just want to highlight a few of the changes. So if I'm not highlighting the changes, it means the fees were the same as what you've adopted in the past. So we've added some eCampus classes. So you'll see there's 4 of them there. In the board attachments themselves, there's several fee attachments. What you will notice is that if there's something new on that schedule, it's in blue. So Ms. Virgil has kind of made some comments in there so you can kind of see what the difference is. The only exception to that is the community the community fees, I'm sorry, for the preschool and the after school. And there was significant amount of changes in the structure there. So we didn't do all blue because a lot of it would have been blue. But I will have that discussed in the next couple slides. So high school class fees. So I've broken it down by here's some classes that we've added. And then here's some of the fees that have been increased. So the behind the wheel is probably the biggest jump. And the instruments going from it was an annual $50 and now it is a semester $50. So those were 2 big increases. And then the non-class fee changes. We added a fee for an adult breakfast. That was not on the list before. But here's the big change. And this was the conversation that we had during the budget stabilization. And these were the hard conversations that we had to put some increases in place because of our financial situation. So that did jump the participation fee for elementary from $25 to $50, and you'll see the max for the families have increased as well. And then the same with the high school. The fees have increased from $100 to $200. The time we brought this to you when we were having the budget stabilization conversations, we had brought comparisons with other districts, and this does put us in a line with what other districts are charging for the athletic participation fees. So in the community fees, I've kind of, there's just this real high level. Ms. Arias available to speak if you have any questions around what this really looks like, and you see the document that's included in the packet. But we're moving away from a flat monthly rate, charging a daily rate, adding a 5-day full day, which is a new programming offering that we are doing, and then a late fee, late pickup. And you can see there was a thorough process done at this. There was lots and lots of work that was put into identifying how we wanted to determine the average cost, the number of students, the days in attendance, and to identify that daily rate per student. Now, we'll hand it back to you for questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. We don't have any public comment tied to this. Board members, any comments or questions? Mrs. Rooks?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Ewing?
Just on those community education fees, if we can just go back to that. I'm sure it will be, but how is that going to be communicated out to our families? Just because yeah.
I think, Mrs. Ewing, even better, we have Ashley Worrell still with us from the last agenda item. So she did a tremendous amount of work to put these community ed fees together. And so since she's here, we'll allow her to address this.
Thank you for the question. It's actually already been communicated. Registration for community ed programs typically starts in March, and so we put a caveat on there pending governing board approval for fees. And so it's been communicated in a number of ways. It was emailed directly to all of our returning families. We had a wait list of people that notified us that they were interested in enrolling for preschool, and so anyone that was on that list was notified. It is on our website, and then when you go to register through the payment processing system, it's also in there multiple times.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mrs. Bowles.
I think I might ask this the last time we had this topic around the increased fees. Is there a way for community members to donate money for those that can't afford sports fees? I know tax credit, I get it, but that doesn't always go to the fees. Does that make sense?
Yes, thanks, Member Bowles. Is there a way for them to donate? We always accept gifts and donations. I will never turn money away. And if they have it for a specific intent, then the gift and donation form would say, this is what that is for.
And then all of that portion will go toward that, not...
That is the only way that we can spend a gift and donation is for the identified, what their intention is. And I will tell you that Ms. Virgil is very vigilant about how we spend our gift and donations money, and yes, it would be used exactly for how it's intended to be used.
So now a percentage wouldn't go to the district, and then a percentage go to what?
Not in gifts and donations.
Okay, that's what I want to know. And then is that something parents are aware of? I mean, obviously, again, the tax donation, but that's a different thing. I mean, I know way back when I donated money at Cactus for different things that we didn't have on Sun Valley, that we didn't have water bottles. It had to be probably the form you're talking about, and then earmarked toward, you know, the football team at this, whatever, freshman, whatever. So as long as it's that, and is that available to parents? Do they know that? Is it on our website? Okay, cool. So to maybe sponsor a student or that kind of thing? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Clerk Proudfit.
Thank you for all the work, Linda. This is wonderful. I mean, it's not wonderful to raise fees, but we are seriously, compared to our neighboring districts, our preschool, some of these programs we're offering, we really have been like really low cost. We're still low cost, although we are adjusting based on the reality of the situation. But just want to say, I have, you know, many kids who have gone through preschool, and our preschool is taught by certified teachers, and it's much cheaper than private preschool. So I'm happy to see that cost be more attainable for more families in our district. And I'm excited to watch that program grow.
Thanks again, Mrs. Rodriguez. I don't have any questions. Thank you again, Mrs. Virgil, for your work on this. But at this time, just need a motion on this item. I'll go ahead and move to approve course fees, non-class fees, kid zone fees, community preschool fees, facility rental, and related miscellaneous charges and fees for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion made by myself and a second by Clerk Proudfit. If you can run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Motion passes 5 yeas. Moving on to section 12, policy review 12.1 for discussion only. First read revisions to policy 4-204 mandated reporting, presented by Mrs. Bowles.
President Toby, if I may, I'd like to pull this tonight, and I'll move to table this item to allow additional legal review and refinement to ensure that the policy language is as clear and effective and workable as possible before further consideration by the board.
I would just like to add I think Ms. Azure, our secretary, said that we all got these, it was, I guess, emailed to us, I think.
So we just need
Azure
need
said.
a second, not to add to it, because I just motioned.
Ms. Bowles, this is a discussion item, so there's not necessarily for a second on this item.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm ahead of myself. So sorry.
So
Thanks.
just, I really liked the proposed policy revision that was given to us by a community member. So just, if possible, like adding it into this to have Susan Siegel look it over. We all got a copy of it, I guess, Azure said.
Yes, it is good. I would add to that. And I did ask our legal to look at it, and I don't know if there was time to do that, but that's
Okay.
why I just want to table it for now.
Okay, we'll make sure Mrs. Siegel gets both.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, 12.2. Well,
President Toby, so are you allowing other board members to comment on 12.1, or we already moved on?
I think we're tabling that for right now. We're to have further discussion pending legal review.
Oh, okay, thanks for the
Is that okay?
clarification.
Okay.
For the clar-
And we're going to move on to 12.2. Since we did table 12.1, the public comment cards will have to be held, so for a future item. 12.2, Mrs. Vicentainer.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Good evening. Thank you, President Toby, members of the governing board. This evening, we are bringing forward our for the second reading and hopefully adoption of the employee grievance policy. As talked about in the first read, we had identified opportunities and gaps between the first our current policy and our former policy, and realized that there were some opportunities for clarity and process review that would make sense. Where I worked with the associations, both the administrative association as well as the teacher association, and sought other feedback. And so all the changes within this have been reviewed by those individuals, and we didn't have any changes from the first read, so we are just bringing forward this recommendation for adoption for tonight.
Okay. Board members, any comments or questions on this second read? Okay.
I motion to approve the revisions to policy 4-202, employee grievances as presented.
Are we voting on this? That's under review.
Well, it's possible action because it's a second read. So, yeah.
Okay.
I will second.
Mrs. Cupber, we do have a motion by Clerk Proudfit and a second by Mrs. Ewing. If we can run through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries 5 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Vicentainer. Moving on to section 3, address the consent agenda. Consider approval for recommended changes to the consent agenda. I just need a motion.
I motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second. I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Clerk Proudfit and a second by Mrs. Ewing. If you could write us through a voice vote, Mrs. Cuthbert.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to section, oh, I'm sorry. Motion passes 5 yeas. Thank you, board members. Moving on to section 16.6.1, closing call to the public. Request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. Mr. Anthony Campbell. Well, you had a conversation with me earlier that you wanted to do this for public comment, right, for closing comments? Would you like to speak? Yes. Okay.
You get the last word, Anthony.
Just wing it, Anthony.
I'll just say what I have written down. Hello, board and cabinet. I said this earlier. I am moving, so this may be my last board meeting ever. I've been coming since 2024. I actually remember the first board meeting I came to. It was October 10th, 2024. I started coming because I saw on 12 News the board was planning on firing social workers. Here we are 1 year, 7 months, and 4 days later, and it seems like the board has won, and I feel like I've lost. I am a little worried about the direction the district is heading. I feel like my voice, along with many other people in the district, haven't really had their voices heard. And I feel like one of the only people who really made sure people's voices were heard, Mr. Somers, is leaving. That's all I had written down, but off the dome. I do think the board definitely cares about the district and its students. I'm not saying that you don't. I just think you should really take into consideration what people have to say, because there have been many times when there will be so many people that you have to open up the back room to let more people in, and that'll get filled up, and you will still vote against what people wanted. I feel, since I'm not going to be here, Somers isn't going to be here, and we have a new superintendent, I hope the direction of this district changes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for your public comment. Moving on to 17, informational report. 17.1, reports on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
President Toby, members of the board, I think the biggest highlight to list is obviously graduation, so we're really looking forward to that. We also have promotions taking place, but hope to see you all at our upcoming celebrations of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. 17.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Toby and board members. So the legislature and the governor could not come to an agreement on our budget. And the legislature is out of session until 1st of June. So we've been working amongst our groups such as ASBO and ASA and really lobbying for funding for the schools, because there are some things that are on the list of cuts that we could possibly see that we're concerned about. So we are actively making sure we're engaging with our legislatures and trying to come up with a compromise agreement to fund the schools. So on a high note, we did receive what our allocation will be per pupil for our classroom site fund, and it will be going up $41 per student. So it's a significant amount of money, and we're very excited. That classroom site fund keeps building and building, and we have that identified some additional things that we're going to be funding out of that for next year to help kind of bridge the gap until we can get our budget back in to the level we'd like it to be. So that is my comments for this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. 17.3, report on request future agenda items. These reports are available as these attachments. Section 18, other business. 18.1, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Rooks, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Just a, I guess, Friday report, kind of just what was mentioned before with a mold concern at Sunrise Mountain High School. I just kind of want to know what is, I guess, going on. What is the notification that's been sent to families? Are we in compliance with safety when it comes to the buildings? Just some type of detailed report of what steps we've taken and what is the plan moving forward, so that doesn't keep happening. Thank you. And then the other one is, I just ask that the mother that spoke with her child being attacked during a soccer game, I think we need to do better. So if she is asking for records that she needs for her child, I don't understand why that's not being given to her. I think that needs to be looked into. So if there's an update to provide to the board, but then also what do we need to do moving forward when it comes to these games of medical attention? What are those plans? And then making sure that we are following the process and the law when it comes to the children's safety during these games. So I just think that this needs to be looked into as a whole.
I'll second.
And that's my only 2 requests.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Mrs. Ewing? Okay. Mrs. Bowles?
Yes. A future agenda item, a Friday report would be fine. Of any recent updates from Peoria Police Department regarding Centennial High School investigation.
I will second.
And then I have some information, probably Danielle, I'll give it to you, for a National Grooming Prevention Hotline that I don't think we have in the district. It is not a huge, agency, but it's a start, and I'll just give you that information if you'd like, and we can discuss it at a future agenda, on a future agenda item.
Second for you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles. Clerk Profit?
None for me, thank you.
And none for me at this time. And just a reminder for board members, if you do have informational item or informational requests, you are able to do so through our new Microsoft form. That doesn't require a second. Only future agenda items will be requiring that second. So moving on to section 19, adjournment. 19.1, just need a motion to adjourn.
I will motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:55.
I will second.
Mrs. Cuthbert, we have a motion to adjourn by Mrs. Ewing, second by Clerk Proudfit. If you can run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimously. Everybody have a good night. Drive home safe.